Good morning. Happy Saturday. It's Captain Coder. We're back. We're here. We're doing some marble physics. Tony says happy Monday. No, it's Saturday. Stop. Stop. No. No, it needs to be Saturday, not Monday. We have a whole 48 hours before we even have to do anything. Anything. All responsibilities. All responsibilities delayed until Monday. We have nothing to do but make marbles. Good, so nice to see you, Tani. Royal C-Dub Gaming, good morning, my friend. I'm glad you're here for some Saturday morning coding. Saturday morning coding, it's my favorite time of the day. Wake up and code. Dramulks, ahoy there, matey. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. So, today is brought to you by the letter C. C is for Code Rad Games. Code Rad is making a horrifying 2D Souls-like game, Rogue Blight. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out. Beautiful stuff. Royal C-Dub, I'm so sorry to hear you got hurt yesterday. Are you doing okay today? Tani says, here in India, the concept of weekends does not exist. I had school today and tons of homework to make up for Sunday. Well, my friend, you can pretend, right? Let's just pretend it's the weekend. If you know, who's gonna know? Who's gonna know? I hope your recovery goes well, Royal C-Dub. I'm so sorry to hear that you injured yourself, that you're hurt. That does not sound pleasant. Does not sound pleasant. Good morning, Mike. Happy Saturday. Thanks for being here. So nice to see you again. Nice to have you. Royal C-Dub Gaming says C is the first letter of your name. Did you R is the first letter of your username. But I think you already knew that. I learned something new today. Learned something new. C is the first letter of Captain. C is the first letter of Coder. ITC Studios, happy Saturday to you, my friend. How are you? It's so nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Royal C-Dub, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant, right? Right? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. ITC, I'm doing fabulous. It's good day to be alive. It's a beautiful day in the desert. It's what today? January 35th? January 34th? January 35th? Something like that. We're still in January. It's not February yet. It's not February yet. Yeah. So today, what are we doing? What have we done so far? Well, let's check it out. Let's check out what we've done so far. This has been one of the most fun projects I've worked on in a long time. We're creating a game about marble physics. So let's hit run here. Let's hit run here. My favorite part of this is we've got this set up on the Xbox controller. We can move this marble around. We got the camera, so we can actually move the camera on with the analog stick. If you're on keyboard mouse controls, you can move it around by right-clicking and moving it up and down. We also added in some zoom, so you can zoom in and out. All right, whether you're on the controller or the mouse, you can zoom in and out. I did that a little bit off stream, so I'll talk about that in a little bit. Oh, I'm off camera there. Ooh. We got a hippity hop. We can jump. We can jump. All right, so let's see if we can beat this level. We can come around here, move that camera and roll it up. Ah! All right, and then we also have a boost. You can't see it. We're gonna add in some stuff so you can see the boost today. But you can boost to try and make it over some stuff. Oh no, I bounced away. Let's see if we can beat it. We can beat it. Jackie, happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. So nice. Oh, I'm terrible at this game. I'm really, really bad. But the analog, playing it on the controller just feels so. Oh, come on. All right. We got to slow down. I get too excited. I get too excited. But yeah, we're on day 5 here. So I'm amazed with how much we have, how fun this game is for 4 days. Really, really, like, what, 10, 12 hours total? Oh, can I? Oh, we didn't quite make it to the end there. Come on, we can make it to the end. We can make it to the end. We can do this. We can do this. We can do it. Come on. Gentle, 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 jump. Whoa, all right. Well, I can beat it sometimes. Maybe not right now in this moment. All right, Jackie, so nice to see you. Every day with the new emotes. I love them. I love them. Is that a bull riding a roller coaster? Two bulls riding a roller coaster. Tony says, today I set up my streaming overlays and Twitch account and hopefully be up in 3 hours just after this. Beautiful, my friend. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. I've been loving streaming. I've been absolutely loving my streaming. It's been super, super fun. I'm looking forward to checking it out. All right, so I did a little bit of work, just a little bit of work off stream. I did some research. I was trying to figure out. Jackie, thank you so much. Jack says, I'm in awe of this game. Happy Saturday as well. Hope you are amazing. I'm doing fabulous. I'm doing fabulous. Thank you so much for asking, Jackie. We always appreciate that here. So I did a little bit of research into Cinemachine. Yield Taurus King, welcome back, my friend. Yield Taurus King made a great suggestion yesterday. So we have, I'm looking forward to this. All right, so over on the Discord, I added a channel, suggest game ideas due to popular demand. People were like, how do we tell you what games we want you to make? Yield Taurus King, I'm assuming this is you Yield Taurus King, because it says Taurus King here in this fancy, fancy font. And we got a Taurus over here. Making a game called Captain Coder that's a side scroller where you have to collect blocks of code and put the blocks together in the right order to achieve level progression. I absolutely love this idea. I think I'm gonna have to do it. I'm not, as people tend to know that I'm not a big fan of block coding languages, but a game where, you know, you're finding blocks and using those to build code, I think that would be super fun. I love that idea. I'm gonna think about how to do it, because I think that would be just absolutely fun. Okay, so let's look at what I did last time off stream, just a little bit, so that it's documented somewhere. All right, so we were looking into using Cinemachine for our camera controls, and I discovered some stuff. So we're using the free look camera. This will let us rotate it around. And the one thing that I didn't quite understand at the time was how the camera movement works. So when we move along the x-axis, it's set up so that these rings, these are what are called our rigs, the camera will try and stay on the outside of this. So when you move the x-axis, it stays on that ring. So you can't, let me see if I get these side by side so you can see the camera move along the ring. So it stays along that orbit, so that radius. And then when you move up and down, it moves between those different rings. So you can actually set your top rig, bottom rig, and middle rig to do different things, but give them heights and radiuses. So the way I've achieved zooming is zooming adjusts the radius. It moves you, the radius makes them a bit wider or smaller. So when you use the mouse scroll, it zooms that in and out. When you move the y-axis, it moves up and down between the rigs. And when you change the x-axis, it rotates around the outside. But you also see like there's a spline here. You can adjust this spline to change how wide that the camera sort of moves on those. So I liked it at the default setting of 0.2. I played around with it quite a bit to learn about it. But I watched some videos and I read some documentation. Yield Torsting says, I just think that would help your children get into and enjoy coding. I agree. I think it'd be a great way to create like a little game to learn a little bit about coding. You're running around in the world. I just love the idea of it calling Captain Coder, and Captain Coder is like a superhero collecting blocks to save the day. I love it. Tony says, it doesn't fit well with my game, but I did make camera tip controller yesterday. With the experience I had from here, I had it up and running in just minutes. Wow, that's awesome to hear. I'm glad. I don't know if you were gonna do that anyway, but it's cool to hear that it went well for you. You know, it took me 3 hours. It took me 3 hours to get it working on stream. So I'm glad to hear you were able to get it done so fast. I'm quite slow with a lot of these things, but I'm learning. But yeah, this was super fun to do. So let's look at the code real quick. Let's look at what the code does. So I have a couple different things. I have my camera controls. So I created a static class. I'm not sure if I like this as a static class, but that's okay. This is what's gonna stop this here. Come from this marble controllers. All right, so we have this marble controls here. And I need to rename this, probably called like user input, but we have a couple different controls. We have the start camera rotation and can I reposition these? And the zoom scroll. These are the mouse controls. So this is just a button that triggers whether or not we're able to, when we move the mouse, should it move the camera? And then the zoom is just a scroll. So it scrolls in and out. It has a positive and negative number depending on which direction you're scrolling. And then for the gamepad, I have a couple different controls. I have the right stick for move camera. And then I have the left trigger and right trigger for zoom in for the left trigger and zoom out for the right trigger. So that's sort of how I set it up. Oh, did I lose some frames? Oh, God, Tony says I wasn't going to do it and I'm not going to use it. It was just a way of solidifying my new knowledge. I'm so glad. I'm so glad it worked. That's interesting. I wonder if that was, I show on my end 0 dropped frames. I wonder if it was Twitch. If anyone's on YouTube, did the stream die on YouTube as well? Just curious. Just curious. But we're back. We're back. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, my OBS reports no drop frames. And the bitrate on, if I look at stream at Twitch, it seems the bitrate seems to have been consistent. So I don't know what's going on with that. Some beyond my control. Beyond my control. Okay, well, we're gonna continue here. All right, so I set up my camera controls. I wanted to be able to move the camera around and zoom in and out. Let's not save that because I don't know what I changed. All right, so then I have a couple different controls here. So I have my basic camera controls. This is just a reference to the user input because I want to be able to use it in 2 different files. Then let's look at the mouse controller. So this is our camera mouse controller. So I separate it. So the mouse controls were in one file and then the gamepad controls were in another file. So we have a couple different things. We have, is the camera movable? The mouse rotation speed and the mouse tilt speed. The rotation speed is how fast you go around the outside of the radius, and the tilt is how fast you go up and down. How fast you go up and down. Okay. Then when we just attach to our control. So we say when the right mouse button, this is our start camera rotation, is clicked. So when we start it, we enable the mouse rotation. That sets the speed of the camera movement. And then when we let go, canceled here, it disables the speed of the camera. And then finally for handle zoom, I have a little simple class here for doing the zoom called camera zoom, which just sort of maintains a minimum and maximum distance. And when you change the zoom amount, it loops through all the rigs and sets the radius on them. So very, very simple on the camera zoom. Nothing fancy in the camera zoom aside from clamping between the min and max value. So this is all things you can set. And then, so the mouse movement, super simple. Played around with this number to get it to fill right. And then our gamepad controller, camera gamepad controller. This one had a little bit more to do with it. All right, so this one, we have an update that says, okay, every frame update the camera based on how the axis is being held. Okay, so we have an input vector. This is the right analog stick. We get a vector on that. And then we just multiply it by rotation speed and the amount of time that's passed. That causes it to rotate on the x-axis and then similar on the y-axis. And just like with the mouse, we have a rotation speed and a tilt speed. They're slightly different because the amount of space to cover is quite different. And then the zoom speed, when you're either holding the right trigger or the left trigger, depending on zoom in and zoom out. And so we set those up. So when you press them, it just sets zoom in, zoom out, and then our input vector. So very, very simple inputs. and then the update just processes it. So super straightforward. I tried to keep it organized into a couple different files. All right, trying to follow the principle of each class should do one thing. So we have a gamepad controller, controls the camera movement for the gamepad. The mouse controller controls the camera for the gamepad. And then on our free look camera, we just add in each of those components, and voila, we have ourselves a camera that feels really, really good. It feels quite good. I'm very, very happy with it. All right, so we can roll around here. Let's see if I can actually beat it now that I've calmed down a little bit. All right, can we make it? Can we make it? Here we oh, this platform here is really bouncy. The blue, the cyan one here, this blue one's a really bouncy platform. There we go. Come on. Oh man, are you kidding me? That's how bad I am. Almost had it. That's okay. All right, so what are we gonna add in today? What do we want to add in? So I have a couple things I wanna do. I wanna sort of add in an overlay that gives us a little bit more information about what's going on. We do have a boost that has a limited amount of fuel, but there's no way for the player to know how much fuel they have. So we're gonna add in an indicator to the screen. So we're gonna add a boost/fuel indicator to the screen. I want to add in a countdown timer. So each level, I want there to be a specific amount of time you have to beat the level. We might also add in a thing that says how long it took you to beat the level. I'm not sure about that. And then I also want to make it have an account of how many times you've lost your marbles. I thought maybe I'm not being as clever as I think here, but I want to have a lost marbles counter. It keeps track of how many times you've lost a marble. Then if we have some time, we're going to start on our audio subsystem, add in a jump, bounce, and boost sound effect. And then I also want to add in some particle effects. When we do our boost, when we're moving around, maybe not even just when we move around, I want to add particle effects based on what type of surface you're on. Tani says, I lose my marbles every time I think about my upcoming exams. Oof, losing those marbles over an exam, that sounds stressful. That sounds stressful. I hate organic chemistry. Oof. I don't even remember. I know I've taken organic chemistry. I do not remember it one bit. So I remember my teacher, and I remember she'd always talk about moles. Because, moles are like the measurement. She'd always be like, cute, cuddly moles. And she had all these mole statues in her classroom. Okay, here we go. But good luck with your upcoming exams. I'm assuming you have upcoming exams. Tani. Okay, we're gonna add in a HUD. So we're gonna add in a HUD. I wanted to add, so I think for the fuel, I want to have like a fuel canister down here that the image sort of fills up and down as you use it. So let's see if we can generate an icon for that. Hang on, we're gonna ask Leonardo to generate us one sec. I gotta log in here. See if we can get Leonardo to generate us some graphics. Leonardo AI. I might have to do it with Dolly. Tani says, the only thing saving my grades in computer science and English, topping 2 subjects and almost failing 2. Physics is just average. My overall score is therefore average. Yeah, I have exams starting next week. Good luck, my friend. Good luck with them. Over on YouTube, we got Fun Op Gamer. Welcome back, my friend. Happy Saturday. Hang on, something went wrong with my email. Happy Saturday. It's so nice to see you. How have you been? All right, so we're gonna see if we can generate a nitro fuel can icon solid background. Tani says Saturday, more like Catterday. Exactly. Exactly. Catterday, Saturday, same things. We're gonna see. I really, really like it. I haven't had great luck with it generating things with like a solid background. So like I would love this without the background. This would be really, really good. But it always wants to generate stuff. Let's try again. To image and specify. Leonardo, yeah, Dremel says to image and specify. Okay, so I should remove background. Hang on, I think this will work. I click remove background. There's also a remove background option. Let's see what it did. No background. Okay, that works. That works pretty well. It's okay. It's a little bit fuzzy. But this is going to be our fuel can. So it's not perfect, but it's not horrible. So we'll clean it up a little bit in there. Let me get this added to the right spot. Just a moment. Bear with me, please. Crazy marble. We're gonna add this to our favorites. And create a new folder, AI art. AI art nitro can. Let's see, what do we have here in the chat? Tani says, this exists, I open, never photoshopping again. Yeah. FunUp says, he can tell me that how to jump a player. It depends on your controls. I can show you how I do it in this game. FunUp, so here is, let me talk you through how we do it in this game. Good question. How do you get a player to jump? How do you get a player to jump? In this game, we have a marble controller. So let's go look at our jump controller. Code Rad Games, happy Saturday, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. Did you know, Code Rad, did you know that the letter of the day, today's stream is brought to you by the letter C? Do you know what C stands for? C stands for Code Rad Games. If you are not currently following Code Rad here on Twitch, you gotta check it out. You gotta check it out real quick. Come to this chat. If you're on Twitch, come to this chat. Click that little heart button. Code Rad deserves the love. The love. Give him some love. Love him. Love him. Love him. All right. If you're not loving him, then I don't know what's gonna go on. All right, so Code Rad is making a game called Rogue Blight. Let's go check that out real quick. And then I promise, we're gonna get over to jump controls. I promise, we'll get back to it. We'll get back to the jump controls. Just hang on. Rogue Blight is a action-packed, Souls-like, combat-focused RPG. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love every second of it. Real quick, click that link. If you haven't clicked that link, what are you waiting for? Click that link. Come over here. Hit that add to wish list button. Do it. You know you want to. You know you want to. What's stopping you? Nothing's stopping you but yourself. All right. So Code Rad, thank you so much for being here. I love watching Code Rad during my lunch breaks. Code Rad usually streaming during my lunch breaks, which is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Gives me something to do in addition to eating my sorrows away. Get to watch some awesome game. The game looks horrifying. The game looks horrifying and it's gonna kick my butt. If you like a game that just like destroys you, like Dark Souls and Demon Souls, those games, you're probably gonna love Rogue Blight. But we're gonna open up this here. Oh, I was gonna show you. All right. It's fun up. So sorry. Got a little distracted. Code Rad, stop distracting us. Stop distracting. Here's the code for my jump. Pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward, fun up. Here's the code for my jump. So I have my marble jump controller. I have my jump power. This tells me how high, how much power it's going to be to jump. When I wake up, so when this thing starts, I register my control. So this is the button that I use to jump. Okay. And then I have this entity which has my rigid body. So this is the actual marble in the screen. When I click that button, I check, is my marble on the ground? If my marble isn't on the ground, I don't jump. I just return. I do nothing. Otherwise, I get my marble's velocity and I reset it to 0. I reset it to 0 so it doesn't go flying up. Astronaut Atlas, welcome back. And then I update my rigid body's velocity by adding a force straight up, multiplying the up vector by my jump power. This is how I do the up. Yes, Tawny says vector 3.up is just a 0, 1, 0. Yes, so it's the Y direction. It's the Y direction, exactly. And then we scale it. Astronaut Atlas says, hey guys, long time no see. Plus, plus. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I love it. I love it. So, fun up. I hope that helps. I am not particularly familiar with Blender, so I apologize. I apologize. Maybe this summer. It's one of the things I want to do, but we have this here. All right, so this is going to be our icon for our fuel can. So I'm going to scale it down. I'm going to see if I can lose some of this. Let's add in a new layer real quick. Layer. Fill with white. I want to see if I can get rid of this extra little garbage up here. Move that threshold down. All right. Maybe I shouldn't care about this either. All right. I probably just should leave this alone because when I scale it down, it's not gonna matter, right? Yeah, we're just gonna leave it. All right, we're gonna leave it. This is gonna be our icon. So my idea is I have two icons. This one, all right, let's delete this. Delete layer. All right, I want to scale this down. I'm gonna crop it out. We're gonna leave that little bit of garbage there. It's okay. This is just a prototype. This is just a prototype. Fun up asks, are you using rigid body? Yes. To use physics, you have to use rigid body. Yeah, so this was my jump script here, right here. You can find it on the GitHub for this as well. Astronaut asks, I'm following coding lessons. I'm confused. The kid in front of me is playing a game. Well, maybe they're too good for coding. All right, we're gonna scale this down. Image, scale image. Let's go to 64 wide. That's probably a good size. We'll find out. We'll scale it down, and we're gonna export this. We're gonna add it to our assets, Crazy Marble assets. Create a new folder called sprites. I'm gonna call this our nitro can. I'm gonna export it. Export. Let me give you, I'll send you this code. Give me a second here. Let me find a link to it. Should be on GitHub. Yeah, Tony, I was using GIMP there. That's the only thing I know. Tony, I'm so sorry. It doesn't like you when you, it doesn't like it, that link. It didn't like it. So Tony was suggesting, I'm so sorry, Tony. I'm so sorry. Stream Elements was trying to help. No, you're good. You're good, Tony. I need to figure out how to get it to be little more lenient, but maybe I could add in photop.com to our, I've heard Photop is quite good. I think I've noodled around with it just a little bit. Real quick. Fun up, here's a link to this project. It's open on GitHub. You can go access it and you can see all the source code. So if you want access to this marble jump controller, it's in there. It's in there, so feel free to check it out. All right. So I hope that helps. Yeah, Tony, don't worry about it. My PC specs not great. They're not terrible. They're not great. It's just it is a desktop. I have a dedicated graphics cards. Atlas, thank you for stopping in. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. As always, you don't want to code anymore. Why not? Why not? Why don't you want to code? Coding makes you nice and strong. Makes you beefy. It can be challenging though. I agree. All right, so we're gonna add in. My brain hurts. Oh, I know. What are you coding? We're gonna add an image here. This is gonna be our fuel can. Okay. And the source, let's come down to our sprites, is our nitro can. Oh, hang on, I gotta make this into, we're in 3D, so we actually have to make this a sprite. Single apply. And then our fuel can, we can add it in there. All right, so it's gonna be our fuel can set to native size. So my idea, can I zoom to my canvas here? Let's pan over there. Zoom in a little bit. All right, can I center my canvas now? All right, so my idea is that my can is always gonna be visible in the bottom left. So I want my can to be visible in the bottom left. So to align it to the bottom left, yeah, give me a second, Fun Up. I'd be happy to play it. So to align it to the bottom left, we're gonna click on, we're gonna select it in our canvas. You can switch, I could switch to 2D here too. That's okay. I'm not too worried about it. If I go to 2D, it'll show it just like super flat, which was fine. But what I wanna do is I wanna align it to the bottom left. And I'm probably gonna add in some more fancy stuff to this, but we can click on this rectangle transform and I can set the anchor. So when I do this, it makes all of these numbers relative to the bottom left. So if I were to type 0 over here now, it aligns it to the left side, which isn't quite what I want. I want it to be relative. I want this can to be all the way on the left. If I hold down the shift key, you'll see this little blue dot. I'm actually gonna say this will set my pivot as well. So now it's based off the bottom left corner of this object as well. So now if I do 0, it puts it on the right. And then even fancier, if I hold down Alt, it'll actually put it in that position. So typically when I'm doing this stuff, I hold down Shift, Alt, and click it. I wish that was kind of the default, not quite. All right. And then we're gonna say, I'm gonna put it 20 pixels from the bottom and 20 pixels from the left. So 20, 20, then we have that in there. And now in our game, we'll get this can here. So the idea is I wanna make, and we'll see what we do. I kind of want to make it have like a little bit of a flame coming out the top when you're using the boost. But FunOps asked us, can you play the game to show us? Yeah, I'll show you a little bit of how it looks. Show you a little bit how it looks here. So you can control this marble. All right, and then you can jump. So if we press the jump key, you can jump this. Oh, Tawny, thank you for the reminder. I do need to do that. So the jump works like that. If I go into my player here, it has my jump control. If I adjust this jump power, right, this will make it so I jump higher. So I can jump higher, or if I move it lower. So this is where we're adding that force in our jump controller. So our marbles jump controller, which we are showing over here, says if I'm on the ground, I set my velocity. So I reset my Y velocity to 0 because I'm about to jump. This prevents me from doing like crazy where I spam the jump and get some interesting, like if I'm in the middle of a bounce and I press jump, it actually does some, I want to prevent that. And then all I do, and then I copy the other velocities. If I don't copy the velocity back in, I lose my X and Z velocity. So I want to be able to keep moving. And then I just take my up vector. This is world space up, and I multiply it by my jump power. And that's how I'm getting that in there. Bio, happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Good luck fixing your errors. It's always a challenge. But yeah, this is what we have. And so in this game, this level, if you can call it a level, Astronaut Atlas, you're using HTML? Gotcha. If you need help, if you're on the Discord, I teach a web development class. I'd be happy to try and help you out if I'm not in the middle of anything. But on the Discord, there's also an Ask for Help channel that you're welcome to use to ask questions. I can't go that way. I was hoping maybe, oh, hey, let's see if we can cheese it. Can we just cheese this level? Oh, we might be able to, oh. Exactly, Tawny. My goal here is to make it so that this fuel can, we're gonna add in a mask. I actually, I wanna make it so when you're using the fuel, there's like, it like depletes it. So there's like a black mask on it that it'll slowly disappear as you're using it. So either have it so that, and I don't quite know how to do this, but my idea is there's gonna be, it's sort of gonna be depleting as you use the boost, right? So I want it to deplete. This is gonna be our sort of like indicator of how much fuel you have. So I think I gotta remember how to add in a mask. But that's exactly what I want to do. So it's sort of like our fuel can, and then this other one's gonna be like a fuel can mask. And so this one doesn't have a source image, and instead is just the area that should be visible. So as this one's size changes, so we'll reduce the Z scale or something, the Y scale. So if you're at 50%, only 50% of the can will be showing, right? So it'll use up the can as you're using up your fuel. Yeah, if you know how to do this, let me know. I don't quite remember exactly how to do it. So we're gonna try and figure it out. Give the source image, give it the source image of the tank and make it black. Oh, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Make it black. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, look at that. Black. Okay. And then the idea then is this will slowly, all right. Fuel can dark. Neutral, welcome back, my friend. Happy Saturday. How are you doing today, Neutral? So nice to see you again. Let's see here. Bio also, if you wanna, my bonus today is to add in some sound effects, and maybe some audio system stuff. Just, I know you love making music and sound effects and stuff. If you have the time, no pressure, no pressure. I'd love to add some more music and stuff. If you happen, that's what my plan was, to use the sound generator. But if you happen to be interested in writing some music for a crazy marble game, if that puts a sound in your head, I'd love to hear what you have. What is Captain doing right now? I'm trying to get this can to sort of fill up. It's gonna be over the top of this. What type? You listen to the soundtrack to Marble Madness. Neutral, no problem. You don't have to watch every day. You don't have to watch. Although I stream every day, you don't have to be here for everything. Although I do appreciate it when you are here. I love having you aboard as part of the crew. Okay, so use image type. Arch says can set image type to filled and fill method to vertical. Image type to filled, fill method vertical, fill origin top. Ooh, yeah, baby. Arch and Tawny, you two have made my life so much easier. So much easier. Thank you so much for that. 50 points to both of you for helping me out here. It's so much appreciated. Thank you so much for your help. I was gonna do something completely different to figure this one out. That's exactly what I want. So as you're using the fuel, it goes down like that. All right. All right, so now we need to add a listener. So that way we can attach this. So this is gonna be our fuel amount. When you have full fuel, full fuel, it's gonna be at 0. When you have no fuel, it's gonna be at 1. Alice says, be right back. I'm gonna code. Good luck, my friend. Everyone, real quick, send Astro Atlas your energy. Send Astro Atlas your energy. Give him all your strength. Spirit bomb style. Astronaut Atlas, put your hands up in the air. Feel that energy coming in through your fingertips. Send all of those good energies towards Astronaut Atlas, everybody. All right. How are your points so hard, Tani? Tani, your points, you get 100 points per hour just for being here. So, for being a friend of the channel, for being part of the crew, your points increase. Chex Party, happy Saturday. Welcome aboard, my friend. Nice to see you. Nice to see you here. All right, so we're going to create an empty parent here. It's going to be our fuel can, or our boost indicator, boost fuel, or boost indicator. All right, we're going to create a class for this. So this is part of our UI. So in our scripts, we're going to create a new folder. And this one's going to be called our UI. Check says, spent hours working on Unity, taking a break to watch you do Unity. Taking a break from Unity by watching Unity. Ooh, Tani says, what do I do with my points? That's a great question. I'm also new to Twitch. Just so you know, I'm pretty new to Twitch. Not as new as you, but I have a Stream Elements store. All right, so if you go to the Stream Elements store, I'm giving away all my leftovers. So you can buy my leftovers with the points. You can spend those points, get my leftover Humble Bundle games that I'm not using. So I have all these Humble Bundle game keys for Steam. We also got the C# and .NET Ultimate Bundle, Learn Unity Bundle. You can check out one of my board games, or if you want, I will tell you a story. I used to have my dog on here, but my dog doesn't like to be on camera, so I took my dog off. Was not a good point. But also, if there's other things people would be interested in me putting on here, I'm open to recommendations on the Discord. But yes, these are just sitting, rotting away in my Humble Bundle library. So I'm happy to give these out. Happy to give them away. Okay. So our boost indicator, our UI here, we're going to create a new script here for our boost indicator. So this is our boost indicator. Maybe I should call it boost info renderer. All right, we're gonna call it boost info renderer. Boost info. Reload. Boost info. Neutral says, oh, I want the C# and .NET, but there's no points on YouTube. I know, it's sad. It's sad, but Neutral, I'm planning on doing some giveaways for the YouTube folks. I just haven't quite figured out how to do it. Like I said, I'm super new to this whole streaming thing. I've only been doing it really since December, so I don't know all the details on how to make things work. So I'm sorry, Neutral. I'll try and figure something out for my YouTube friends. I do want a reward system for people on YouTube as well. Just because, why not? All right, so we're gonna add in a namespace here. My God, just get on Twitch in the lurk mode. Just lurk mode. Open it up. Ooh, yeah, Neutral. I'm gonna try because I do have. So interestingly enough, I have more viewers. on YouTube than I do on Twitch, but the YouTube community just is a little bit silent. I got more watch time on YouTube than I do on Twitch as well. Maybe a YouTube comment picker. Oh, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. That's a good idea. This is gonna be crazymarble.ui. So this is gonna be part of our UI stuff. My idea with my renderer is that this thing knows how to render our fuel can, okay? And so, given a, let's see, I think it's a boost object. Let's go look at the player. Where's the boost? Where's the fuel located on the player? It is part of the marble boost controller. Yeah, we have a max fuel and a fuel. So it's going to take in a marble boost controller. All right, so we're gonna do it a little this way. Public marble boost controller to boost. This is like the thing we're watching. Tani says, I watch on both platforms so you can get double the watch time. Well, thank you for that, Tani. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And Noob Center YT Tani here. I do appreciate that. Do appreciate it. Let's see. Marble boost control. This is our boost controller. Okay. Get private set. Field. Serialized field. So you serialize the field so we have it in our scene. Okay. So my boost info here. We're going to add this onto it. So it's going to be our boost info render. And it's going to have our player, which has our boost controller. So this is going to allow us to get that information from it. Is that what I want? YouTube is blue lightsabers. Twitch is red lightsabers. Exactly. Exactly. Biotest says, check the music channel. Biotest, I'm so excited to check my music channel because you've got the best. You make some sweet tunes, my friend. Here's a, we got Marble Song OGG.org. That stands for Original Gangsta. All right. This is going to be our marble game. This is going to be the music for our marble game. Bio, my man. All right. Add points, Biotest. For your contributions, 200 points for making me this. Thank you so much. What do people think? I love it. I love it. Thank you for that. I appreciate it so much. Very, very much. We're gonna save that. It's good. Biotest is amazing at this stuff, and boom, did you see how fast he got it? I'll trim it. I can trim it up and get it to loop. Thank you. Okay, so actually, this is gonna be a little bit different. Instead, this actually isn't gonna have this. I'm a liar. Instead, it's gonna work this way. We're gonna have a public void render, and it's gonna take in a marble boost controller, boost info. And this is how it's gonna know how to render itself. Recipe for Disaster looks cool and epic. Yeah, I think that's one of the new free on Epic games, right? Daniel shared that with us today. So over on Don't Miss Out. Was it in the general channel? I think it's in the general channel. Daniel, our good friend Daniel, Epic Game Store has some free stuff on it this month. Definitely go check those out if you like games. John says, I have about 80 games on Epic. I play around 3. That's how I feel. I have about 900 billion different games. Don't play any of them. It's like I want to play games, but then I don't. And I just don't, the time. There's a time. Okay, so the idea though is we have this fuel can here. This fuel can, my brother has 200 of the free games, yeah. We need this image here. That's what we need. So this is gonna be a private private image. And this is, we gotta use using Unity engine.ui. So we gotta get that in there. We're gonna use the image. It's gonna be our fuel, dark fuel can. And we're gonna serialize it, serialize field. All right, so this is our dark fuel can. We're gonna attach it up in here. Okay, so if we come into our boost info, this is the fuel can. This is what we want to adjust when the fuel changes. Okay, so when our boost info, when we get a notification of the fuel changing, we're gonna get in our boost info, we can ask, well, how much fuel do you have? And then what's your max fuel? So this is gonna get us our fuel remaining. So this is gonna be a float, fuel remaining, right? So we have fuel divided by max fuel. This is how much fuel we have remaining. And then we're gonna update our dark can here. So our dark can has this fill amount. So I need to figure out how to get to this fill amount. All right, so now dark fuel can dot fill amount, beautiful. Fill amount is gonna be equal to, all right, so we want it to be 0. We want it to be 0 when we're at 100%. So I believe it's 1 minus fuel remaining. So if we're at full, so if we have 100% fuel, this will be 0. And as our fuel remaining increases, this number goes down. So we have this render here, like this. And we just need to get notified by our fuel object. So our fuel object, when the value of it changes, we need to notify the renderer. Okay. Some good chats going on in the chat there. Oh, Tawny, thank you so much. Tawny, saving me. Canvas. We need to, oh, look, I already did it. Scale with screen size. Tawny. Oh, turn on pixel perfect. Reminder, set canvas to scale with screen size, turn on pixel perfect mode. Where's the pixel perfect mode? I've seen that before. .5 in width, 0.5 in height. Second option. Yeah, I have scale with screen size. Turn on pixel perfect mode. I've seen pixel perfect. Oh, here it is. I was looking for it in the wrong spot. Pixel perfect. Thank you, Tawny. Thank you for the reminder. And for contributing to the project. For contributing to the project, 50 points. Dramulx, why is it reduced the, what's the benefit or not so benefit of pixel perfect? Tell us, tell me more, Dramulx. Give us the skivvy. Oh, if you have a lot of UI elements. Yeah, that's probably true. Performance-wise, it's a hit on performance. So Dramulx has discovered that the UI engine in Unity tends to be pretty intensive. Is that correct? And on our player, our marble fuel controller, here's what we're gonna do. Edit script. We're gonna make it so you can listen to this guy. Whenever the fuel changes, we need to be notified of the fuel changing. So we're gonna create a field, serialized field. We're gonna add an event using Unity engine.events. So this is something that a lot of, that I didn't know about immediately, but we can do a Unity event like this, and it's just gonna send out a copy of us, marble boost controller. We're gonna have an on change event like this. Okay, and when our fuel level changes, now we can register things on it. Dramulx says, trying to force each canvas to fit pixel perfect will affect the performance indeed. I've had a long battle with Unity UI and making it not lag every time you have a heavy UI based game. If it works on my, Tani says, if it works on my 2013 laptop, it'll work for other people. Al says, my laptop is older than half the Fortnite players out there. It's an old laptop. Bio says, if it works on my 2021 PC, it'll work for other people too, except low-end players. Yeah. The low-end players, they just gotta get good, Bio. Get good, get a better machine. Dramulx is an optimization. Forget happens. It happens. I used to be, and then I decided, is that really how I want to spend all my time? Is that really how I want to spend my time? Checks, it works until it doesn't work. It works until it doesn't work, exactly. Donnie, in the lowest of the low-end players, yeah. Well, it's, I only can I'm catering to the top 1%. I want only the rich whales to play my game. The rich whales, and then we can have the, I'm gonna add a shop to our game. Everything in the shop is going to be super affordable. We're going to have gems, so you can buy gems in the store, and then nothing's ever going to be something you can buy that uses up all your gems. You always have enough, just a little bit of leftover gems, so you always got to buy more gems to do anything else. Make sure everything costs some prime number amount. That way it's like the hot dogs and the hot dog buns. Tony says, make a game that only works on a NASA PC and add microtransactions. Exactly. Bio says, I changed one line of a working script and then I get a bunch of errors. Refactoring's rough. Refactoring can be tough, my friends. Tramelks, no, the captain is listing all the things I hate about the current state of the game industry. Don't we all? And yet we continue to participate. I miss being able to buy cartridges. You can still buy like a disc, but it's the first time you put the disc in, it's like downloading the game, and it downloads it from the internet anyway. I think that's hilarious. All right, so we have this on change, and what we're gonna do is when the fuel value is changing. All right, so we're gonna do a private set here, like this, and so we're gonna say float new val is gonna be equal to this. Okay, and then we do a little check. We say if fuel is not equal to new val. Oh no, if it's already equal to it, we don't update it. Otherwise, fuel is equal to the new val. So if we're already at the max or the min, we end up not changing. And then we're gonna do onChange.invoke. This is saying, hey, by the way, my state has changed. So we send everyone, hey, when the fuel value changes, we send it off to everyone. And we might even have a little thing that says like float when, fuel amount changes, but we're not gonna worry about that too much just yet. And then this other one, when we start and stop the boost, we want to send that information out as well. Yeah, so when we start boost, on change.invoke, we tell everyone, hey, something's changed about our state. And then down here on change.invoke this. So when our state changes, we'll be notified of it. So we don't need to update our scene every frame. We only need to update it frames in which something has changed. Let's see here. Dramilk says, making it old school. Exactly. Tani, one of these days, someone's going to have ChatGPT make a new open world game with NPCs with little AIs in them and bounce the new Skyrim and become the new Skyrim. Yeah. G says, at least you don't have to make games then. G, welcome back, my friend. Happy Saturday. So nice to have you here. How's the recovery going? Tani says, hey Cap, I wanted to ask about on-enabled disablements. How do they work and what are the pros of using them? Okay, good question. Let me prefix my explanation with, I am very new to Unity. I've only been seriously using Unity for about a month. I essentially started learning real Unity at the end of December. So I'm very, very new to it. From what I understand, the on-enable, on-disable will happen anytime the game object that component is attached to is set active true or set active false. Okay, so for example, when it turns on and off this way, that will trigger it. Okay, as opposed to awake or on start, right? So anytime it is enabled or disabled, that code will be run. So you kind of want to be a little bit careful about how much is going on in there because it happens every time. If you want something to only happen once, that would be part of awake or start. So there's two other methods, awake and start, and that happens the very first time that object gets added to the scene. So it's a little bit different there. So for example, here's why I'm using it for our gamepad controllers. I'm saying when this thing gets activated, register that I want to be able to use these controls. So all the controls get added when it's enabled. And if I disable it, this makes it so that those controls get disabled. If I don't disable this, then I would still be able to use the controls even if the object was turned off. I hope that answered your question, Tani. Good question. Checks Party, yes, thank you for explaining that. G, how is my recovery going? I'm going to do some bandage shopping today. I need a good amount of it for at least the next week's. Oof. But a smiley face, so the smiley face might be a good sign. Sounds rough, my friend. As always, wishing you a speedy recovery. Dram Oaks, awake always happens before start as a reference. Yes, so awake and start. Awake happens before start, so timing can be important. You can also adjust when different objects happen as well. Bios says, what happens if I use on enable and on disable on a controller script? Does it make it if the PS4 controller is enabled and disabled? If you use it this way, so the way I'm using it here is I have my I'm using the new input system. When I do this plus equals here, it says add this, when this input event happens, call this method. So all of these methods get called based on that. And what I'm doing here is this minus equals saying remove it from the script or move it from the listener. And so when I disable it, it says, oh, so for example, when I go to pause my game, I'm going to want to disable this particular controller for the camera. Probably don't want the camera to be moving around. So I've added it in there. Did that answer your question, Bio? I hope it did. Tani says, so with this, I can use different scripts instead of making Booleans for everything in one script. Yes. Separating, your scripts logically into like individual chunks can be super helpful in that regard. But just said I did not understand anything, but yes. All right. Well, if you want a clarifying question, donuts. Do not hesitate to ask for a clarifying answer. I'll try. All right. So we were in the process. Yeah. Donut. Let's all eat some donuts. Exactly. Okay. So we have this fuel can here. When the marble changes, when we get registered. Okay. And my marble boost tells us when things change. All right, so now you'll see here on my marble controller, I've added this event, this on change event. And what I can do is I can add in an event, and this event produces a marble boost control. I'm gonna add in my boost info here. And my boost info has a function for rendering information about the marble controller. So now rather than having this fire every update, it only fires if something's changed. So my fuel can, hopefully, what we're about to find out, shouldn't update unless I'm using my boost. All right, so if I'm holding down there, notice it goes down there and it recharges as well. All right, and so I've done this without using an update method here. I don't actually want it to be constantly trying to update all the time, every frame, if there's nothing that's changed. It only changes when the marble boost controller invokes, says, hey, something's changed. So when something has changed, it's gonna redraw itself. Now we just need to make it account for movement. You can use the boost even if you're not moving. You can use the boost even if you're not moving. It just so happens. Whee! All right, so we got this nice little boost indicator now. Oh, can I do it? Can I do it? The boost lets you move a little bit in midair as well. Oh, my jump button's no longer working. Did I disable my jump? Hang on. My jump controller. Why aren't my jump? My jumps is no longer working. Hang on. Or maybe I'm just bad at the game. Oh, I can't jump. Ooh, when I'm boosting, I don't know what's going on. Hang on. There it goes. All right. All right, here we go. Oh, we might do it. We might do it. Stop the bounce. Stop with the bibbity bouncing. All right, now we're gonna roll up here. Yes, we did it. We did it. I did it. Now, there we go. Stage cleared. Stage cleared. Success. All right, everyone. We won. That's it. I'm done streaming forever. Thank you so much. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You were here to witness it. Tony had said, I'm starting a new project. We'll try to make a TPP game with swords. Woo, swords. What's TPP? Sorry, I'm a simpleton, and acronyms are hard. Mr. Natural says, I don't understand much, but I'm really enjoying the ride. Yeah, welcome aboard. I'm glad you're enjoying the ride. I'm glad you're with us while we're rolling. Chex is learning something new every day. Loving that. Make it account for movement. One of these days, Cap will beat this level. I did it. I did it. Third person perspective. Yeah, I think I want to add in a couple different types of cameras, which would be cool. All right, so what I want to do is I want to make it so if I'm boosting, I want sort of like a flame to appear above this. So we're gonna see if we can generate. All right, where's my Leonardo? Leonardo, gimme. All right, so I think if I add this, I'll upload the old image here. This is in my crazy marble. Excuse me. Nitro can. All right, so I can add. I think if I say add flames coming out of the top of the can. Let's try it. Third person perspective. Why is it? Oh, TPP, third person perspective. Gotcha. That didn't work. We're gonna do add flames. Add flames, come on. Gonna fail so bad. Yes, fail fast, fail often. Failing systems are the way to go. All right, this is not working. We're gonna generate a new, all right, no, drop that. Give me just a second, Bob saying check the music. All right. And in a flames, flames. Can't think of anything better. Try add fire. All right, we'll try that. Add fire. I haven't had my coffee break yet, G. We're at 1 hour and 15 minutes. We're gonna go another 10 or so minutes and I'm gonna take a break. I wanted to see if I can finish this one feature. Good question. It added fire to, it's like wanting to do it here. So instead, we're gonna instead say flames. What would it give if I just do flames? I'm not sure what to do. Flames. Let's go to Dolly. I think Dolly might be able to do it. We're gonna log into Dolly real quick. Well, while I'm logging into that, let's listen to some music by our very capable, very wonderful friend here in our music channel. Music, Oh, didn't mean to open up Steam. Ooh, nice little, I'm assuming that's a nice little loop there. Got some ragdoll physics. Very nice, Bio. Very nice. Let's get into Dolly here. Dolly is good at adding things to images, so that's what we're gonna do. Or I've had a lot of success with it adding things to images. Let's see if we can add some stuff to our image. Oh no, I only have 6 credits left. We'll have to get these 6 credits right. Dolly, how do I go into the edit? Outpainting. Okay, so we're gonna upload image. Just a moment, I'll get it on the screen in just a second here, just doing a little bit off screen. All right, so we got our nitro can. Dolly, we can do this, where we put the frame above, we're gonna say, add a nitro can with flames coming out of the top. Digital art. Let's see if this does any. Let's see how this does. Light it on fire. That's exactly what I'm trying to do, Tony. Mr. Nash says a flaming top. All right. See, look at that. What do we think? I think that one's a little. I think this one's the best. It's a little bit crazy and awkward, but I think I'm gonna just steal this flame here. We're gonna accept this. We're gonna see if we can gimp this out. See if we can gimp it out. Biotest says, why is the logo the same? Can on fire. All right. Flame on. Okay, let's see here. We'll open with our friend here, the GIMP. And I really just want this top part, but let's see if we can get rid of that. And then that boy on fire. Exactly. Exactly. All right, let's crop it out. Just gonna crop this. Let's see if we can make this work the way I want. Image, we'll scale it down a little bit. We'll make it 32 wide. And we're gonna export as. Oh, Bio's asking, how did I delete the background? I'll show you in just a second. Export as. It's a really, really nice, easy tool if you have a solid color. It's relatively easy. We're gonna call this flame. Flame. All right, Bio. Here we go. I'm gonna go back in time. We rewind in here. I'm in GIMP. There's this tool called the fuzzy selection tool. I call it the magic wand tool. All right. And so I select the magic wand tool, and then this has like a threshold. It says like, how similar do you want the colors to be? And I've selected this. I just click on the color. It says, I'm gonna try and find all the colors that are the same as that. And so it works pretty well. You'll notice it found other things that were the same color, but it does sort of like a flood fill where it tries to find it. So in GIMP, I think that's really, really useful. ICT Susan, sorry I got a phone call, but I've been lurking. The game looks fun already. I agree. No problem. You know, ITC, I appreciate you lurking. There are many choices. You have many places to lurk. And I thank you so much for lurking here. We love having you in the shadows of our game development. And for anyone that doesn't know, ITC Studios is also a streamer. Real quick, if you're lurking, attention all lurkers. Attention all lurkers. Please take a look at the chat. All lurkers, come back to the chat momentarily. Hit that little love button. Hit that love button. Give them some love. Give them some love. If you're not subscribed to ITC, if you're not following ITC Studios, check them out. They're making a sweet, they're a real game developer. They're awesome developer making beautiful pixel art. All right. You may now return to lurk mode. Thank you for your attention. All right. Thank you. Bio says, check the game channel. Give me just a moment here. I want to add in. I'll check it real quick. I'm already distracted. Might as well be a little bit more distracted. Games. Ragdolls are clumsy. Oh, gotcha. This is a picture of your ragdolls. Let's see if I can get this to load here. All right. Bio, what am I looking at here? Let's see. Open and browse. Oh, it's a GIF. That's what's going on. It's a GIF. Let me open this up in my browser. Just a moment. All right, everybody. Bio's got some ragdoll physics for us to check out. Here it goes. Here do we go. All right. In Unity, click and play. It's building. Here we go. Little rubber men. Yeah, I don't know why it's so slow, but thank you for sharing. Got those rubber men, ragdoll physics, rubbery ragdoll physics men. Okay, here we go. We're back. King Zoldak. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Happy Saturday. As always, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I'm a computer science teacher. I'm a computer science programming teacher. So do not hesitate to ask any questions. I love answering questions. I won't always get to them, but I'll try. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is, in addition to our fuel can, I want to add in another image here. We're going to add in an image. This is going to be our flame. All right, so if we go to our sprites flame. Oh, I got to make this a sprite. Single apply. I'm going to add this to, we'll call this flame. The idea is that this flame will be on. Is that native? Okay. All right, so the idea is that this flame will be up here. We want it rendered behind, so you render first. So render order in the scene is top to bottom. Things on that appear before others get drawn first. So it's going to put it in the back there. And the idea is that this will be on above this when the boost is active. All right, so by default it's off, but the idea is that this will be active. Maybe just the image itself will be active when you're boosting. Good question. So G asked, what do you mean top to bottom or front to back? So the render order of things in the hierarchy, by default, if you don't do anything special, it renders from top to bottom. So things that appear above others will render first. So for example, this flame will render behind the fuel can because it appears in the order above. Above. Tani asked, why don't we get a little GIF instead of a picture? Because that would be more work. This is just a prototype. It's just a prototype. It's outside of the scope of what I'm doing right now. No animations just yet. Just because I don't want to have to make a GIF just yet. But good question. Good question, Tani. But yeah, we want this flame turned on and off. Yeah, so G, it's sort of the render order. In my mind, I always feel like it should be the other way, where the things on, anyway, it makes sense so that it goes top to bottom. There has to be an order somewhere. You can set a priority though. So there is a way to set the priority to make it render in a different order than it's listed here for different things. Okay, here we go. In addition, all right, so it's going to be one more private image. Private image. Honey says 25 more to defeat. Oh, to get to first. You're currently ranked 26. Tani checked the points, ranked 26. And you have 25 other viewers to defeat. I see. This is our flame. We'll go ahead and serialize this as well, just so it's easy to add in here. And then we're gonna drag it into the scene here. Our boost info. So we're gonna add our flame there. By default, our flame's gonna be off. Okay, but when we render this, we're gonna say flame.enabled is equal to boost info dot is boosting. So it's gonna turn it on or off. Enabled is not the right thing. Dot set set active. Game object dot set active like this. Dark fuel sounds so ominous. All right, Bio says spaghetti made out of ragdolls. Spaghetti gets a bad rap. Spaghetti gets a bad rap. Tony says ran out of fuel initiating protocol. Initiating the dark protocol. Exactly. You know it. All right, so now we get the flame there, and then we get a recharge. So, we would probably end up adding in, and if we run out, it should turn off. There it goes. All right. So we could add in a little thing like an animation, but we're not going to worry about that for now. But we got our boost indicator now, so now we can boost it up. I'm still terrible at this level. Still terrible. Let's see if we can do it the long way real quick. And then we're going to take a break. We're going to do a commit, then we're going to take a break. Let's see if we can do it the long way. All right, here we go. Here we go. That's Tani. You read my mind. You read my mind. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Ooh, ITC, do you think you'll add function to customize the marble? I don't think that would be that hard. That would be really, really fun to add. It's outside it. So, sorry, ITC Studio says, do you think you'll add function to customize your marble? Yes, it's outside of the scope of our current design document. Let me say that. So our current design document does not include that. So we're not going to do it until once we finish everything that's in our current design, then we'll entertain new ideas. We'll entertain new ideas. But right now that's outside of our scope, but I love the idea. I would, definitely worth adding to, if you're not on the Discord, or not if you're not on this, if you're in the Discord, all right, everyone, if you're not in the Discord, feel free to join. No pressure, but if you want to join the Discord, you can give me suggestions here for our marble game. Our Crazy Marble has its own little forum here. Add suggestions. I'd love to hear what features you'd like to see me add. But yeah, scope creep. Napa sitting. Napa. Is it okay if I call you Napa? But hello. Welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Saturday. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. King Zoldak, can you show me an example of your design document? Yes, we're going to show the design document here. And then we are going to, it's very, very simple. There's not a whole lot. We got to take a break. I've been going for an hour and a half, no break. I'm out of water. I'm out of coffee, but I'll show my design doc. Then we're going to take a break. Here's my doc camera. Doc camera activated. All right, here's our design document for version 0.1. We're on version, oh, come on, focus. All right, so we're on version 0.1. So the original design document, the very first thing we did was this was a simple version. We want a game where you can control a marble, no multiplayer. That's explicitly in our design document. No multiplayer, are you insane? We wanted movement using WASD, as well as analog control. So we can control with the analog movement. That was something new. I'd never done that before, so that was really fun to play with. We wanted level to where your marble starts in a spot and can roll to an end, and it detects whether or not you've beat the level. If you fall off, you respawn. So that was sort of level 1. Level 2 is we wanted to make sure that we could experience different physics materials. So I'd never used physics materials before. So we were playing around with physics materials, adding different rubbery materials, rough materials, that sort of thing. So level 2 is making sure that we could have the ball go between different platforms. Level 3 was, how do I get ramps added in? So I wanted to figure out how to do ramps. So my third level, which is the one you see now, was how do I get ramps in so my ball can roll around on them? So that was the version 0 of our design document. And then when we finished that, we came up with some new ideas, and that's what we're slowly working through here. Version 1, we wanted the camera to have a free move camera so you could rotate the camera around. The camera now, you can move it around with the mouse or with the right analog stick. So we wanted to look at that. We looked into the Cinemachine library, which is fantastic, solved most of my problems. And then we wanted to make it, so we did have to come up with some code that whichever direction the camera is facing, when you press up, it changes the ball to roll towards that direction on the camera rather than in world space. So we did that. We got that working yesterday. We added in a jump and a jump button and a boost button, so our marble can jump and boost. And now we're working on a little bit of this polish here. We're adding in UI stuff. That's what we're doing right now. And then we have level elements as part of our next design document. So we want to add in moving platforms, obstacles. So like a flamethrower is probably what we're going to do. So we're going to do a flamethrower is like our main obstacle. We might add in some other stuff. We want to add in at least one patrolling enemy. So you can specify this enemy is in this part of the map and it sort of moves around in some way. I want to add in curved platforms, so like bowls or hills. So like a platform that you can like roll into like that, and then also one that you can you might have to roll up onto. pushers, so like platform things that like will push you off a level, a launch pad that you get on and it'll like shoot you up or launch you across the map. I think that'd be really cool. I want to add doorways and keys. This is getting big. Our design document's getting massive. And then power-ups, buffs, and debuffs. Okay. And then maybe, just maybe, add in an editor tool so that we can quickly make our levels. So right now, making the levels is sort of like painful and time-consuming. So that's sort of what we have here. And keep in mind, Crazy Marble is just a prototype of a game. King Zoldak, King Zoldak. Thank you so much for asking. I hadn't shown the design document just yet, but thank you for asking. I hope that answered your question. So pretty simple little game. I'm exploring how to do physics. It's my first time using physics in Unity, and so it's me trying to figure it out. Biotest, we are using Pro Builder for the maps. Yes, it's very, very good. Zoldak, yeah, my whole goal here is to learn, does this work? If you want to, they're all on YouTube. So over on YouTube, I have Captain Coder Live. The benefit of watching them on YouTube, not that you can't watch them on Twitch as well, is on YouTube, you have the ability to change the speed easily. I don't know if you can change the speed all that easily, not on YouTube, but feel free to come over here. I have all of my stuff in a playlist, so you can see the previous things we did. We did a Skydriver game, we did an RPG game, we did a 2D space shooter, and then a bunch of coding puzzles we did live. So feel free to go back. So many questions, not enough time to answer just yet. ITC students, we gotta take a break. But I will be back. Twitch also, the VODs don't last forever, so that's another reason to go to YouTube. But yeah, we're gonna take a break. I promise I'll be back. The captain shall return. But I need some more fuel. I'm all out of coffee. Oh, there's a little dribble in here. Now I'm out of coffee. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna do some stretching, get some water, but hang tight, find something. Oh, hang on, come on camera, get me. There we go. Find something to grab onto real quick, everyone, before I leave, find something. Maybe you're at a desk. Maybe you got something you can hang on to. Hang tight, and I'll be right back. All right, we are back. We are back. I am back. Oh, wrong button. Copy off. G says time for dark fuel. Yes, get that bean water. Get the bean water into your system. Feels so good. Feels so good having the bean water. All right. Check says, he loves coffee when he has a stream overlay dedicated to it. I do like me some good coffee. I got myself a nice cup. It's a little too hot to drink just now. A nice hot cup of Don Francesco's. I'm not a sponsor. I just love Don Francesco. I think I'm going Don Francisco maybe. Don Francesco. It is the delicious, delicious bean water brought to you by Don Francisco. Butterscotch toffee, black, no sugar. Tony says, I used to be addicted to caffeine. Then I got hyped. No longer addicted to caffeine. I'm doing just fine. Look, I'm not addicted to caffeine. My body just starts failing if I don't have it. Does that mean I'm addicted? No, definitely not. All right, everybody. It's time to stand up, get up. We're going to do some stretching. We're going to get some stretching. You got to love your body, right? So if you're at a computer all day, if you're sitting down all day, hunched over, working on your computer in your dark room, your body is taking a lot of damage. You may not realize it, but you have this, little bit of damage doing to your body. So we're going to do some stretches. I'm going to encourage everyone to stand up with me. Stand up with me. Get that blood flowing. We're all going to take a break together, but we're going to stretch out our forearm muscle here. This is one of my favorite ones. I do this one all the time, but take your hand, put your arm out, don't lock your elbow all the way, but not straight. Keep it straight, but not locked. And you're going to grab these fingers, you're going to pull them back, you're going to stretch this muscle. This is going to really help with those repeated stress injuries related to tightening. I have carpal tunnel in my right arm, my right hand. Where does carpal tunnel go? But if I'm working too long, my whole arm starts going up. So we're just going to pull back lightly. Shouldn't hurt, but you should feel a nice stretch there. If it's hurting, you're pulling too hard. Yes. Very good. Another 10 seconds here. Then we're going to switch directions. She says, I thought hypertension was related to salt. Is caffeine also as a factor? All right, we're going to shake that out a little bit. Now we're going to go down. Take it and pull it down the other way, not stretching across the top. Get that nice and stretched. I love me some black coffee. Yeah, you got to have adequately lit room, better for your eyes, and then also good posture. This is why I actually stand. I use a standing desk here. We're going to hold this for another 10 seconds, then we're going to switch to the other hand. But if you want to remain in good tip-top shape as a programmer, as anyone who sits at sedentary type job like I have. Ooh, that feels good. We're switching to the other hand now. Pulling back here. You got to love your body. Give it some love. You don't realize how much damage you're doing by just sitting there all day. Make sure you get up every hour, 2 hours, at least every 2 hours. Get up, move around a little bit, get that blood flowing. Working out daily is good too, but if you're sitting at a desk for 6 hours, 8 hours straight, it's rough. It's really, really rough on your body. But working out daily is really important too. Eating healthy can be important too. Eating healthy, working out, taking care of your body. You deserve to be loved. Love your body. Give your body some love. And we're going to switch, pull down here. Oh, I just realized on this, there's no music when we're on this scene. I got to add my music to this scene. My audio mixer has no music output here. I'm sorry. I'm over here listening to my sweet jams without you. My sweet stretching jams. All right. Back to lurk you go, ITC Studios. Enjoy your lurk. All right, we're going to do one more here. All right, we're going to stretch these out. Go ahead, bring it across, hug yourself. See if you can grab your shoulder blades and just give yourself a nice little hug. Squeeze. Hug yourself. Love yourself. Love yourself the way you deserve to be loved. Oh, another 15 seconds here. Tony says, the world's gone bad when eating non-junk food is considered eating healthy. Well, I don't know who. I wouldn't consider saying just non-junk food. You can eat a little bit of junk food, right? It's all about quantity. It's all about quantity. If you want to have a couple chips here and here, not a big deal. Just that shouldn't be your main staple. Oh, that's good. That's good. Diet and exercise, though. Diet and exercise. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me in that stretch. I hope you joined me in that stretch. Meneliki, good morning. Happy Saturday, my friend. You're here just in time. Just in time. I'm going to assume that everyone here in the stream was stretching with me. And for joining me in that stretch, here's 100 points. All 18 of you, thank you so much for joining me in that stretch. Thank you for keeping me company this morning. All right, but happy Saturday, everybody. So nice to have you here. It is 6:38 a.m. local time here for me. I call this wake up and code. We get up, we code. What have we done? We added in a little HUD overlay here. Let's take a look. Let's take a look in our items. We added our boost/fuel indicator. Done. Done. All right, for finishing that, for all of you being here to witness this, here's another 50 points. Another 50 points for witnessing this beautiful moment in which we finished that. We got to add a commit though. Add this to our version control, make sure everything's saved. All right, so feature, add boost info renderer to HUD. Commit and sync. Beautiful. Drink a little bit more coffee here. Yeah, the stretch was just enough time to let my coffee cool off, so it's delicious. Delicious. Tani, mwah, one last person. Tani's moved up from 26th to 25th. The power's flowing through you, Tani. It's like Highlander. Each person you defeat, you gain all of their powers. All right, so I want to add into the game. We're going to add in a countdown timer, so you have a specific amount of time to beat a level. And so we're going to add a countdown timer. I haven't added any of this in yet, so I think it's going to be part of our level controller. We're going to create a class called like timer, countdown timer. G says, at this pace, you'll be #1 very soon. All right, chop them down, take them out, moving your way up in the world. Okay, where are we? Yes, we're gonna create a script. I wanna add a little timer to our screen. Tani says, my mic is really bad. Do you think people say? You can add a lot of filters, even with a bad mic. So I used a pretty bad mic for a while. You can add filters to help any sort of sound. So adding a noise gate is one of the best things you can do. But it takes a while for people to start showing up sometimes. So just keep going with it. Do it for yourself. Don't do it for other people. Do it for yourself. Yeah. But yeah, the mic, the audio quality can be a downer for some people when you're streaming. If it's super bad, it depends on how bad it is. But audio filters can do a lot of work. To make it work out for you. So I'd say play around with the mic settings. See if you can get your audio so at the very least it's not staticky and that the noise gate's turning on off. But we're gonna add in a timer info. So I'm gonna add a new empty here to be our timer. And I wanna put the timer at the top. All right, so we're gonna have it be relative to the top center. And I'm actually gonna have it stretch out across the top, and I'll put the thing in there. It will be across the top. All right, so then we're gonna add in some text. I should find some better text too. It's gonna be our timer here. The actual text. All right, and it's gonna look something like, it's just gonna show the number of seconds we have remaining. Have this be centered like that. It's gonna show the number, oh, wrong asset store there. So it's gonna show the number of seconds remaining till the time is up. Maybe let a little clock icon next to it. Let's generate a clock icon. I like this. Let's go back to, where's Leonardo? Leonardo, make me a clock icon. Clock icon or a timer. Oh, stopwatch icon. Let's see how it do. How it do, Leonardo? How it do? Come on, give it to me. Give me some options. Give me some options. Stopwatch icon. This one seems okay. This one I really like. We didn't have it. Let's see if it can remove the background. Menaliki, we got some nice progress today for sure. For sure. Tons of progress. I'll show you in just a sec. I'll show you everything we got. Let's see if we can get a backgroundless version of this. I really like this timer. Backgroundless version. No background. That's pretty good. All right, we're gonna download this. Save as a timer. The numbers are all wacky. That's okay. Farul Game Maker. Let me know if I pronounce it right. Welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? As always, I'm a computer science teacher. I say as always, but if you didn't know, I'm a computer science teacher. I teach programming to young people. This stream is, you know, sort of dedicated to trying to develop projects. But hello, welcome aboard. Let me know if I'm pronouncing your name right. Do not hesitate to ask questions. I love questions. All right, Menaliki's asked us to say, well, what's going on with the game so far? Let me show you. This game's cool. I think this is the most fun game I've made so far for the amount of time invested. All right, so we've got camera movement, and fun fact, I'm using a controller here. So we got our controller working. So we can sort of move the camera around like this. All right, and then we can roll around. We got our rolling around again using analog sticks. You can also use the keyboard. And also use the keyboard here. We got to jump. If you fall into the abyss, you get respawned. You get respawned. Okay. We got our ramps in here. I also have this boost, which will make you go. It's sort of like normally you go a little bit. Doesn't go super fast, but the boost gets going really fast right away. All right. So down there in the bottom left, see, this is what we added today. We had boost, but we didn't have an indicator on the HUD. So our HUD, we have sort of the boost icon. When you're boosting, we get that flame image. Welcome back, Royal C-Dub Gaming. And the boost helps you go faster. And you can move a little bit in the air with the boost as well. And the goal is to get to this platform. The end of level detector sometimes doesn't work right, but you got to stay on the platform for 3 seconds and you'll get the stage cleared. There's a little bit of a bug there where we should use a different type of trigger for that. But that's what we have so far. That's what we have so far. It's been fun. This is day 5. We've only invested maybe, 10-ish hours, 10 to 12 hours on this. So I think it's going really, really well. Tani says, on the inside of my mind resides a singular brain cell bouncing around like a DVD logo. Every time it hits a corner, a thought occurs. Sounds a lot like my mind. Sounds a lot like my mind. We got this timer. Oh, I didn't realize I was committing this. We're gonna take a look. We're gonna scale this down. We're gonna add it in here. Open with the GIMP. Open it with the GIMP. All right. And I wanted to see if I can get rid of this sort of garbage here at the top a little bit. So we're gonna use this lasso tool. Not gonna get too. Oh, actually, let me scale it down. It'll be a little easier if I scale it down first. Image, scale image. Let's go down to 96 maybe. Maybe that's too much. Image, scale down. Let's try 128. Okay. All right. We're going to get rid of some of this excess garbage here with our lasso tool. Boom. Lasso it out. Like a cowboy. Boom. Oh, that did not work. Got to close it off. There we go. Boom. Lassoed it out. All right. I like that. I like that as our little clock timer. And with it small, you can't tell the numbers are all wacky. All right, so let's go ahead and export this as. We're going to add this to our assets. Sprites, we're going to call it our timer. We're going to add it in there. Export. All right, I want to add it next to the time here. All right, so our time is like that. And we're going to add in an image. UI, image. It's too big. It's our timer image. I guess I'll just call it image. Icon maybe. Oh, we got to make this. By default, we're in a 3D space, so we got to actually change the texture type to a sprite. So it's a single mode, and we'll click apply. Now that we have it as a sprite on our image, we can just add it in there by dragging it in. Get our image element set to native size. Ooh, interesting that the native size that. We're gonna shrink it down a little bit. Let's try 64 by 64. That still seems quite large, let's go with 32 by 32. The reason it seems so large is because our scale. If we were to look at our canvas, it's saying it's scaled by 800 by 600. Apollo, hello, my friend, welcome back. How are your coding adventures, Apollo? So nice to have you here today. Oh, my camera's not following me properly. Come on, camera. Get me in the frame. Get me in the frame. There it goes. All right, and then I want it off to the side. So the way I'm gonna accomplish this, there's a couple ways. One thing I could do is I could manually position this. I say, okay, well, I want you to be here like that. I can manually position it like that. Or, and this is how I'm gonna do it. I'm actually gonna make it so that way I'm gonna use a layout tool. All right, so I'm gonna combine these so that they're sort of attached. So when I move them around, they move together. Paulo says, I'm doing well. I'm good. What are you working on today? Farrell Games says, what are you using for your image editor? I'm using a program called GIMP, G-I-M-P. It's kind of like the open source version of Photoshop. I wouldn't say it is Photoshop, but it's an open source image processing program. So GIMP stands for GNU Image Manipulation Program. The GNU Image Manipulation Program. And GNU is an operating system. It's basically Linux. But Apollo, we're working on a marble game today. We're working on a marble game. I'll give you a little demo once I get this working here. But what I want is for them to align left to right. So what I'm going to do on my timer object here, I'm going to say I want the children of my timer to align left to right. So I'm going to add in a horizontal layout group. And by default, it's pretty bad. But I'm gonna say don't force the expansion. And I'm also gonna say that it should control the size of my children. Yikes. But we're gonna fix that, make it not so bad. We're not gonna expand the heights. We'll control the height maybe, but we'll see. And then what I want to do is I want these to be in the middle center. Apollo, can we control the marble in your game? Yes, we can. It's a lot like a game called Marble Madness, or if you ever played Super Monkey Ball, it's kind of like Super Monkey Ball. This is interesting. I actually want the text to be centered, so this isn't going to work quite the way I want, which is interesting. Maybe I should just go back here. Maybe I should just go back. How does this look in there? Let's try 48. 48 by 48. I think that's better. Maybe I will just leave it like that. All right, but we're adding in a countdown timer here. If I resize, is it gonna... Okay, it resizes okay. The one thing to keep in mind is, as it resizes, I might want to make this scale with the screen resolution as well. But let's check it out real quick. Just to show you Apollo. Anyone who hasn't seen it just yet, yeah, we have a marble game. We're using our Xbox controller to control it. This is why my camera keeps getting off, because I keep going like, oh, an Xbox controller. Let me do that. Come on. Find me, camera. What's going on? My camera's AI is having a little trouble. But yeah, we can roll around. So analog or keyboard, we have WASD controls as well. And then you can also control the camera. All right. And then you also can jump. And we got a boost. So you'll see that over there on the left, we have this boost that lets us go fast. All right. And then if you fall into the abyss, you respawn. So what are we doing right now? We are adding in a countdown timer. So the levels, you're going to have a specific amount of time, you have a limited amount of time to get to the end of the level. And if you don't get there before that time runs out, the timer resets and you respawn. So we'll do like, you have 10 seconds. And then if you can't get there in 10 seconds, it respawns you back at the beginning. So that's what we're in the process of. We added the UI element. Now in our level controller, we want to add in a time amount. So I'm going to open up my level controller script. And we're going to create a thing that says time, right? So we have amount of time to get to the end of the level. So we'll add a field here. It's going to be our public float time left. Okay, and it's gonna be a property with a get. We might make it so you can set it. But we'll also have another one called start time. Start or total time. What would be a good variable name here? I always struggle with variable names. It says the amount of the time that you start with. Timer starting time amount. We'll try that for now. All right, and we're gonna make it so we can set these in the inspector. And we're gonna say by default you have 15 seconds. Starting timer value. Oh, we're on the same wavelength there, Tony. Timer go value. Bar rule games. Yeah, so I just have a tough time with naming sometimes. This is our starting timer amount, time left. So you might have some items in the game. Total start time is almost another one I went with Apollo. But the idea is when you spawn, all right, so is this what keeps track of our spawn? Check goal. On level complete. We do have a player like entity when the player respawns. Okay. So let's open up our marble entity. We want to have this thing that says like on spawn. So when we spawn, we're going to add in an event on spawn that we can register on. Tony says, I always use camel case for variables. Yeah, so in C#, it depends on what you're, as long as you're doing the same thing as your team, it's usually fine. So I'm using Pascal case for our property names. So if you have a public property, the suggested way for C# development, this is the Microsoft suggested guidelines, is use Pascal case. In Java, that is also sort of, names of classes. So this took me a while to get used to. For private member fields, you start with an underscore and then do camel case. But yeah, so it's sort of like, what is your team doing? What is it's about consistency within a project is more than anything. But that's why I'm doing it here. Is I'm trying to follow that consistency. But we're gonna add a spawn thing here. Okay. And when we spawn, so when we respawn, we're gonna do onSpawn.invoke. So we tell them, hey, we just spawned. And then the very first time we wake up, I think we want to do an onSpawn. Yeah, so the very, very first time we wake up, onSpawn.invoke. And this is gonna start our countdown timer, I believe. And there might be a button you click that spawns you in, so that way your timer doesn't necessarily reset. But our level controller is going to register itself on the player. All right, so it's going to know when to start the timer, and it's going to constantly be updating that. So we have another float in here. It's going to be our private float player start time. So it's going to keep track of when the actual timer started. So it's when the time actually started. And we need to register ourselves. All right, so we're going to do public void start timer. Start timer. And when we start the timer, our start time is going to be equal to time.time, like this. And then each time we update a frame, or time left, oh, this is interesting. Our time left can actually be calculated based on our start time. Start time minus time.time. Is it time.time? Hang on. Time.time minus our start time. It's how much time has passed. All right. And then starting time amount minus this, is that right? time.time, so this is the current time, minus the start time. That's how much time has passed. So this is the how much time has passed since we started. And then we take the total time we have. Oh, so I think I don't like this. I think I don't like this because I want to be able to add in like bonus time to the player. So instead, when the timer starts, hang on. And we also might want to be able to pause, that sort of thing. All right, so we're actually going to do it a little bit differently. I'm going to do it a little bit differently because I want to be able to potentially have like power-ups that we add them and it's just going to increase time left. So when we start timer, all we're going to do is say time left is equal to start time amount. Ball Rule Gamer says, I can't follow, but beginner this programming language. This is C#. I think you're saying that you're having trouble following. If you have questions, don't hesitate to ask why I've done something in one way or the other. But time left, when we start the timer, the time left is going to get set to our starting time. Okay. And then I'm going to make it so that we have an update, protected update. And in our update, we're actually going to reduce our time left by the amount of time that's passed. All right, so it's going to be time left minus equals time.delta time. Tani says, I'm also beginner, but the amazing readability of CAP's code helps a lot. Well, I'm glad you find my code readable. That's one of my goals, is how can we make the code, how do we manage complexity? As a programmer, one of your big responsibilities, and it's hard to do sometimes, is manage the complexity of the code. All right. And so I'm probably going to separate this out into like our timer. So level controller feels like it's doing too many things now. So I'm going to separate it out at some point. But right now I'm going to keep going because I'm prototyping. So it's okay for my code to be a little bit gross when I'm prototyping. But then we go back and we refactor it a little bit to make it a little bit more readable, a little bit more maintainable. So time left is going to be minus equal delta time. Okay. And one thing I want to enforce with my time left, it doesn't make sense for my time left to become a negative value. So I'm going to add into this property here, format it real quick. I want to make it so when I set this value, it cannot go below 0. To do this, I need to create a backing field. All right. Apollo suggests total time is equal to initial time plus end time plus bonus time. But then, so you're right. So then I could potentially have a different variable that's like the total bonus time added. So, but then I'm doing a lot. I feel like that feels like a lot of extra math to me and more state to keep track of. I think it's a good, I don't think it's a bad idea. It's not the approach I want to take, I think. I could change my mind. And it's very likely I'll change my mind. We're gonna have a private float time left. All right, so this is our backing field. All right, and the property for time left, all it does is it refers to this time left field, but when we set the value, rather than just taking that value and setting it directly, we're going to use a clamp, or we're going to use a thing to prevent it from being. So we're going to set time left is going to be equal to math.max of 0 or value. All right, so what does this do? If the value we're trying to set is below 0, we're going to select 0 instead because it's bigger than the negative value. Otherwise, we set it positively. So this allows us to set the time positive, but not negative. So we've enforced that time left must be positive. By making this private, no one can access it but us. So remember, keep the things that you don't want to, keep your private parts inaccessible. Yeah, so bonus time equals if condition append time. Yeah, we could. I want to be careful with the adding too much complexity all at once, but absolutely. You've heard math F is resource intensive? I actually think this is almost certainly much faster than an if statement. Or not, maybe not much faster, but I can't imagine this being more expensive than an if statement. Under the hood, I imagine this is just checking which one's bigger and then returning the bigger of the two. But I really don't think this is particularly expensive. I could be wrong. You'd prefer using an if condition. I would say that I'm not worried about the performance of this. If we found out that it was heavy, optimization, premature optimization, I'd rather have this code be readable. In my mind, I'd rather have it be readable. I could also do this. Okay, all right, so instead of doing math.max, I could do this. I could say value, if value is less than 0, set it to 0, otherwise value. We could do this as well. Let me ask, which one's more readable? Which one was more readable? Here, we'll put both of these in real quick. Which one of these is easier to read? Ani says this one looks better to you. Really? This one, to me, this one looks better. Tani asks, are we only changing this when time.chime changes? It's going to update every frame. It's going to update every frame. I think this one's more readable to me because it's just like a standard way of doing it. Tani says I'm biased towards cooler looking code. Well, you got to be careful with that. All right, so this is one line, so we're just going to do it this way. Oh, actually, I'm going to need to be doing this. I like this one better, so we're going to go with this one. If we found out that this was like a major performance hit, it wouldn't be that hard to switch it out, though. So the nice thing is we've isolated it here to one spot, so swapping it out wouldn't be that hard and be easy to test as well. All right, so but when we update, the time left is going to be subtracted by the amount of time that's passed. The one thing that's kind of nice about this is if we just disable this component, so this is why I'm going to put it in, if we disable this component, it just stops doing it. I don't have to add anything extra. If we enable or disable it, the delta time only works. So if you hit pause, we can actually disable this element, the timer. So we're gonna separate this into a timer momentarily. In fact, let's do it now. I actually think it makes sense to do it now. All right, so new thing. It's gonna be level timer .cs. All right, so our level timer. We're gonna take these. We're gonna move them into here. So I don't have a maximum value, Tani. So Tani asked, is math max better than clamp in this scenario? I wouldn't know what to put as my maximum value. That's why I'm using math.max. I think clamp might be more readable than max, but I don't have a maximum. I don't have a maximum value, so clamp doesn't make sense. Although I might set it to, I might do something like 99 as the max. So if I had a max value, I would switch it to being clamped. We're gonna move this over here. So these are our timer-based things, like this. Okay, so we've moved it to our level timer. Oh, this should be level timer. Level timer. It's also a mono behavior. But this lets me enable and disable the timer separately from everything else. Tani says we're making super complex golf. Essentially, except, you know, there's no golf clubs. So it's golf, but without the golfing. Although it might be interesting to add in a, what is this complaint about? Oh, I got it. Okay, we got to do using. Does anyone see the problem? What's the problem? I've got to use using Unity Engine. There we go. Close, Tani. You're close. We didn't have it imported. We're using Unity Engine, which is sort of like the system of Unity projects. Very, very close. I'm not using lists, so I don't have to import that. But yeah, it's the Unity engine, so it's saying, well, I don't know. It's going like, what the heck is a mono behavior? Fun Op Gamer, welcome back. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Okay, so starting time amount, start timer. All right, so now our level controller. I'm not sure. This is gonna register on our marble entity. We're gonna have our marble entity. Yes, okay. So the level timer wants to be aware of our marble entity. And when it respawns, so we have an on spawn event, it is going to call start timer. And this is also going to need an on timer change. So we're going to add in event system here. We're going to add an event that lets us register different things on the timer. So our player will be able to, like, when the timer runs out, the player can die, that sort of stuff. But what are all the things that need to happen when we're out of time? So we're going to add in at least, I think, 2 events. So I'm going to add 2 events, Unity engine, Unity event. The first is going to be on time up. So this one is just to say when we're out of time. If you want to know when the time's out, this is what you listen to. We have another one, which is going to be on time change, and this one's actually going to produce a float. It's going to say, this is whenever the time changes, here's the actual time. Okay. So only if the time changes do we need to be notified of that. And so similar to what we did before, we're going to say down here, we only going to update our time. So if the time left is equal to value, we do nothing. We don't need to change the time if it's the same. Otherwise, we calculate the new time. And then we need to notify everyone of the time change. Like that. So this will allow our UI element to be able to register on this time change and know when the time has changed. Okay. So our UI element will know how to render that. Maybe I want it to be, if I made it a string, it'd be a little bit easier to do. Feels a little bit awkward. We're gonna make this a string though. On time change. Interesting. Do I want on time change string? I'm gonna do it this way because I think it's just a little bit easier for me to use this way. And we're just gonna tell both things. So if you want to listen to it as a string, you can. And this, we're gonna do the following. We're gonna convert this to an int and return it. So this will let us get an integer version of our timeout, of our time. And okay, I'm a liar. We want a whole render for this because we got to do a little bit more. Tawny says, I had the same error and it wouldn't recognize anything. And then I found out I'd put a 0 at the start of the using system line. It happens. It happens. Sharika says, I want you to keep on going. You can. I can. Thank you for the confidence, Sharika. Happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Yeah, so we're going to keep on going. We're going to keep it up, keep on moving, keep going with the go, you know. So we got our level timer. One thing I need to do is I need to register this on our spawn. So we have our level controller. And our level controller is also going to have a timer on it. It's our level timer. And just to test it out, we're going to register this on our player. So our player has an on spawn. Right? So when we spawn, our level controller is going to say start timer. All right, so when we spawn, we're gonna start the timer. And actually, this might be called reset timer. Reset timer, I think, is a better name here, because we might have a start and a stop timer. We're gonna do reset. I'm gonna refactor, reset timer. Tani, welcome back. Welcome back. So when our player spawns, we're gonna reset the timer. We're gonna observe, see how this worked out. So I'm looking over my level controller here. I'm gonna watch the time left should get set to 15 and then slowly go down. Tani says, my mic sounds kind of fine if you ignore the hellish calls of demons that my voice sounds like. It's all right. It's all right. Some people, you could call it an ASMR stream. Okay, we got a null reference exception. We got to serialize these. Hang on. Field, serialize field. There we go. You can call it an AMSR. Is it ASMR? AMSR? ASMR? Now I can't remember. What are the streams where people like talk in a specific way or like touch their microphones so that you can like hear the scratching noises? You can make it that kind of stream. Good question. All right, so we're looking here on my timer, my level controller. Time left. If I set it to 15, there it goes. We can watch it counting down there. All right, so if I fall off, when I spawn, it should reset. It does not. Interesting. Got a couple questions here. Some good questions. Tani asks, why do you type field serialize field? All right. So if I want this event to appear, all right, so let's get rid of it real quick. If I remove this here, I come back to my game, let it compile real quick. I cannot see time left in my inspector. All right, so by putting the field serialized field here, I can see it. I could do just serialized field. There's actually not a particular reason to do field serialized field for this one. However, on these are properties. So this is what's called an auto property, and we put the field here in front of it. It says do it on the backing auto property field. So these are actually like magic methods. And this one, if you put the field in front, it says to go find the field. So good question. I hope that answered it. Then we have another question from Crosstick. What's your reason for using Unity events over C# events? Good question. This is a really, really good question. Unity events allow me to use the inspector Unity event because I want the mono behaviors talking to each other. I could alternatively use just a C# event, and then I'd have to register it directly in the code. So the main reason is that Unity events appear in your inspector, and it interacts with the Unity system. If I was doing something that I didn't need to interact with the Unity system, I could use them. In fact, C# events are, from what I understand, a little bit better, faster. I hope that answered your question, Crosstick. Tanya said, I do serialized field only, but hopefully you understand now that it's specifically for the property types. And then we have over on YouTube, Sharika asked, Kat, can I know how many years have you been making games? Good question. Good question. So this is always a hard question for me to answer because it's hard. There's a couple versions to this question. I have been dabbling. I've always enjoyed doing game jams and game development. So when I was like 7 years old, my first game I made is a text-based adventure game. So for a long time, I've been making games. But as far as being into game development, that's very, very new. It's very, very new. I've only really been exploring how to use Unity for the last 2 months-ish. So end of December. So that's a good question. So I'm very, very new to Unity. I'm trying to learn it because I'm teaching, I've been asked to teach an intro to Unity class. My students asked me to teach a Unity class. I'm learning Unity specifically for that. Before that, all the stuff I'd done in Unity was very hacky, fast, slapped together game jam. Didn't understand what I was doing. I didn't understand what I was doing. So I'm very, very new to it. So I hope that answered your question. Apollo says field to input values, I guess. Yeah, so it goes from, if you put the field, it's specifically saying find the backing field. Crosstick says, yeah, it's easier to wire up and see what it's exactly doing in the inspector. Thanks. Yes, exactly, Crosstick. So it's specifically because it's a Unity event, we want to be able to wire things up, and you can potentially add multiple. If you know how events work, then it works the same way. They're a little bit more, from what I understand, they're a little bit heftier than regular events, and they're serializable. Okay, so we're in the process here. For some reason, oh, I know why. It's because I changed the name. So if we go back to my player here, so I have this on spawn. I want my level timer to reset the timer. I changed the name of it, so it didn't update that in the inspector. So a not so pro tip, if you change the name of a method, be careful, because if you're using it all over the place in the inspector, it's going to break a lot of stuff. So that's like a not so pro tip. Be careful about that. Napa Sitting, sorry, I'm so bad. Napa, is it okay if I call you Napa? Napa, thank you so much for the follow. Crosstick, also thank you so much for the follow. Again, do not hesitate to ask questions. I love when people ask questions. I'm a computer science teacher. It was my dream for the longest time to be a teacher, and my dream has come true. I'm a professional teacher. I have a full-time contract at this point, working for a school. I love it. And I stream my project development. Eventually I want to turn this into a class project, and so I need to learn how to do it. I think it'd be really fun. Crosstick says there's a decorator to protect that using previous inspector name or something like that. Can't remember the exact area. Ooh, interesting. I'm gonna have to check it out. Oh, Tawny, sorry I missed you. There was so much. Oh, Tawny, so sorry. Look, Tawny, so many people talk to me. I missed it. I gotta scroll back up here. So Tawny asks, Cap, what advice, all right, Cap, what do you advise I do as a day one of learning Unity? I'm thinking of just setting up character controls and camera. Oof, it's a good question. Day one of Unity, it depends on like what you want to do, but create a 3D project, probably. Create a 3D project. Look at Cinemachine. Cinemachine was really, really useful for me. And character controls. I'm sure there's some good YouTube videos on it. So not even YouTube videos, but learn.unity. Did anyone have a better advice? I mean, see, this is why I'm not so good at that. I'm not so good at Unity. Unity Learn. Unity Learn is a good place to start. All right. There's lots and lots of stuff here. So I can't give any good recommendations. As far as just learning mechanics, though, this is a good place to start. So learn Unity, learn.unity.com. But my best advice is just sit down and try and do it. And when you get stuck, try and ask questions, see if there's a tutorial that's doing what you're doing. And don't worry about making mistakes. You're gonna make lots and lots of mistakes as you go. Tons and tons of mistakes. And some advice that I always give to new programmers is if you run into a sorry, I don't know if that's nice advice. Making mistakes is gonna happen, and that's how you learn. That's the biggest thing, is don't be afraid of making mistakes and asking for questions and asking for help. And something to remember is you're never gonna know everything about your tools. Unity is massive. No one will ever know anything. So I'm teaching my Intro to Unity class, and I tell my students, hey, just so you know, this class should probably be called Barely Scratching the Surface of Unity. That's what it really should be called, is, scratching the surface of Unity, where you learn about 1% of the things that Unity can do. Yeah, so that's sort of where it is. Yeah. And share your code. Share your code with lots of people. Have someone look at your code. This is one of the reasons I love streaming, is I get so much good advice from other people who are way more experienced than I am at Unity development. I do think I'm a pretty good programmer. I've been programming a long time, but I'm not a good Unity developer. I don't think I'm a game developer. I don't consider myself a game developer. I consider myself a software engineer. And it allows me to do stuff that looks like game development, but not, you know, it's not necessarily the best practice. But good question. I wish I had a better answer. I hope that was helpful. There's also this site. This site's a good game.design. Hang on. Let's go find it. There's a website here. Game design. How to make getting started game dev. This is such, let me see, here we go. Develop.games, that's what it is. Develop.games. A learner, that's a great thing. This website's awesome. It's not necessarily Unity related. It's in fact not Unity related at all. This website's awesome. Go check it out. Minaliki says, Unity also has a few starter packs depending on what kind of game you're looking at making. They're good to pick apart and dissect once you've got the very base of the engine down. Yeah, so there's just so much to do. But this site's good just if you're trying to get into game development. I have a hard time teaching, like telling you more, because I'm not I'm not really a game developer. I'm more of a software engineer, and I use all of that to like force a lot of my things into it, but there's so much more to learn. And this is a great place to go eat, specifically for people that don't have any coding experience. Yeah, Pirate Software, good stuff. Good streamer too. Fun stream. Okay, so we're doing a level timer here. We have it set up. All right, so when we spawn in, where were we? Let's get back to it. In our level controller, we see our timer running down. And if I were to roll off the edge, it should reset the timer. There we go. So what I'm going to do now is I want to add in my timer renderer. Okay, so I'm going to add in my timer here. This text, I want to update the text to display the current time. So I'm going to add in a renderer for that. And I call it a render. It's a script that controls how it draws that information to the screen. So I'm going to come into my scripts, go to my UI, and I'm going to create a new script here. And this one's going to be our timer countdown renderer. Okay. And it's going to work an awful lot like our boost info render. It's going to have a method called render, which takes in a float. It's going to take in a float, and it's going to know how to update itself. This thing is going to require that it has a text component attached to it. So we're going to, using TM Pro, this is our Text Mesh Pro. And so we're going to Text Mesh Pro GUI. This is our text component. And what we can do is we have a render. So we're going to do public void render. Time remaining. All right, so given a time remaining, we can update our Text Mesh Pro component. I'm going to go ahead and cache it as well. So I'm going to create a component here to cache it. Text Mesh Pro text. And then on my awake, so when I wake up, protected void awake. When I wake up, and maybe I should just make this not protected. Something like this would be fine too. When I wake up, I'm going to set this equal to our Text Mesh Pro, get component. We're going to pull that component out, cache it, and this component should have it there because we've specified that it's required. And when I render, all I'm going to do is I'm going to set my text to be equal to some new string. So we're going to do a little bit of work here, but it's going to be our time remaining as an int. So we're going to cast it to an integer. Okay, so this gets rid of the decimal part of it, but I also want to pad it. I want it to always take up 2 characters, and we're going to pad on the left. We're going to say we want it to be, let's look at what the documentation says. Pad, total width 2, and we're going to pad it with zeros. We're going to pad it, so it's always going to be at least 2 characters wide. We're going to pad it with zeros. For rule games, what is most learned math in programming? What is most learned math in programming? I don't quite understand your question, for rule. Can you try asking it again? Sharika says, Cap, I am a graphic designer and a game developer. I'm inspired how kind and talented you are. So I want to make you a good logo and a banner for your channel. You can. So thank you, Sharika. I appreciate that. If you would like to, I'd love to see what you come up with. No promises that I'll use it though. So I'd love that. And please join the Discord and share it there. We do have a Discord, nice little community that's been building up. But here's a link to it. But I would love. No, don't. I didn't take any offense. I think that's awesome. I love when people do stuff like that for me. Feel free to do so. I'd love to see what you come up with, but no promise that I'll use it. No promise that I'll use it. I might though. So thank you for that compliment though. I appreciate it very much. All right, so our render here on our countdown timer renderer is just gonna update the text to be padded 2. Okay, so I'm gonna add this. I'm gonna add this here to my text here. So this thing is what's gonna render it. All right, so I'm gonna add my component. It's my countdown timer renderer. And this needs to be registered on my timer. So my level control, I have this timer. It says when my time changes, I'm gonna update this text. And I'm gonna say render that text there. It knows how to render it. Farul, I understand your question now. Farul says, should I study math in a programming language? So my biggest, there's this, it's an interesting question. It's an interesting question. Let's see, I'm gonna run this real quick just to see if my countdown timer is gonna work for us. So we've got, there we go. Counting down, I like it. It's interesting. Should I study math in a programming language? So it depends on what you mean by math. Math is important in various types of programming. It's not the most important thing. Problem solving is more important. The type of math that I have found most useful for me, and maybe most fun, I'm kind of a big math nerd, is discrete mathematics. So it's very, very related to a lot of the problems that come up in computer science, problem solving. So there's different types of math, different subcategories of math to learn. I don't necessarily think that, you know, calculus and trigonometry and those things are super important. As a game dev, we did some trigonometry the other day for figuring out our camera movement and our camera controls. So it can be important, but a lot of the stuff that is like heavy hardcore math has been done for you by someone else. If you want to do like 3D rendering, that sort of stuff, math can be super helpful. But the types of math that I think are most important for programming is discrete math, and then algorithms and data structures. Those are like 2 subcategories. Algorithm and data structures will cover a lot more stuff, but discrete math is good. It's one of my favorite types of math, but it's specifically heavy around the idea of problem solving, mathematical structures. And so I think this is a really good thing to study as a programmer to be able to solve. Tani, no worries, my friend. Have a beautiful stream. Have a wonderful stream. No problem. No pressure to stay here the whole time, but I appreciate you being here, Tani. Tani says, being a game dev requires you to be an artist, music, sprites, 3D model, code everything, and the beauty of it is that you can be bad at everything and still make a fun game. Absolutely, absolutely. Especially on solo game dev. All right, so our timer seems to be working. If I roll off here, should get a countdown going again. All right. One thing I'm noticing is I kind of want, I want it to say 15. All right, I want it to say 15. When I have 15 seconds. So there's something interesting I think I'm going to actually do. I'm going to set it so that to do it, essentially, I'm going to say, well, we have 16. So it's a little bit of a lie of how much time you have. But in my level control, if I say we have 16 seconds, like this, it'll start at the number 15. You really have 16 seconds, which I like. But the idea is when you reach 0, it's like, it's off, it's done. I could do something where like round up or something along those lines, but I like this. So I've got this timer here. So one thing I want to do is make it so that way when we die, or so when the timer runs out, we die. So we're gonna invoke the kill if we run out of time. And again, we have this on times up. So over here in our timer, we have an on times up. I can add my player to that. So I can add my player, say on times up. In our marble entity, we're gonna call the kill. We're gonna call kill. So if we run out of time, let's test it here. If we run out of time, Dramulks, that's right. Time, you know, as they say, when you're out of time, when your time is up, Grim Reaper cometh. The Grim Reaper cometh for you. All right, so we're just gonna wait here. And that was sad. Oh, that was sad. Oh, does anyone know? Anyone know the bug? Anyone know what happened? I know what happened. Do you know what happened? Something's going on. Anyone want to tell me what's going on? I know what's going on. Our on time's up. Our player didn't die. Our marble entity didn't die. What's going on in my code? Anyone see the bug? Anyone see the bug? Tony says, I wrote a poem about the Grim Reaper the other day. Ooh, interesting. Dramulks, that's right. Not invoked. We never send that event out. We made an event, but we didn't send it out. That's exactly right. We didn't do the thing. All right, so right here, we're gonna say if time left is equal to 0, on times up, dot invoke. We gotta send that message out. We didn't actually send the message out. So our time thing here, our timer, when we're out of time, we actually have to say, hey, time's up. Time is up. All right, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Dramulks, nice job, my friend. Nice job. Thanks for spotting my bug. Dramulks, let me see here. Dramulks, 50 points to you for answering my question. Thank you so much. So with normal events, that's a good way to go. With, we could do that. So there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with this. All right, so Dramulus session, I usually do question mark invoke. This will just make it if this thing's null, it doesn't do it. Tony says, why does Uni take 5 minutes to load up a project and then crash 10 minutes later? Well, it's a hefty program. It's a good question. It's a good question. It's got to compile all the scripts. All right, so now we should run out of time here. Dremokes, that's probably the safer way to do it. If it's serialized, you're guaranteed to have it. That's the only thing. So I know essentially with Unity events, they always exist. As long as they're serialized, they exist. That was interesting. We did get a null reference exception. Which I don't quite understand. We're gonna look into that real quick. For normal actions, you absolutely want to do that because if it doesn't have anything registered on it, you want to check. But for Unity events, for the most part, you don't need that check. And so there, again, not premature optimization. It's just there's not a particularly compelling reason to do it. Let's see, where am I getting my null pointer exception? Marble entity line 46. Child get component. This must be returning null. So if we're deactive, This is interesting. Let's run it again. I might just have to do a null check here. I'm trying to deactivate just the marble. So it should be deactivating just the renderer. So it should just turn off just the renderer. So I don't quite understand. Because I don't want to deactivate the whole object. It's just the renderer I'm trying to deactivate. It shouldn't be calling this so many. So something's wrong with respawn being called so many times as well. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Here. I want to do float here. It's doing it every frame because the value is not matching. We want to do new val. Like this. There we go. Now we'll only call it once. It was calling times up every frame. We only want to call it times up once. So that's what was happening. Yeah. So when we went to go get the component, it wasn't there anymore. So it's interesting. That tells me that we still should probably do a check there. That basically says if the render is not there, go ahead and turn it off anyway. I should probably reduce my time here so I don't have to wait 15 seconds every time I rerun this. Sharika says, Cap, I want to thank you for educating us with your skills in your stream. We are from Endlight Games and 6 people are watching with me. Ooh, that's so pleasing and wonderful to know. Sharika, thank you so much. I'm doing my best. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you so much for the confidence boost. It's lovely to hear that. But yeah, so there we go. What we need to do is make it, we'll add in like an explosion or so. So now if we die, respawns us. All right, so now you got a limited amount of time. So now it's a little bit of a real game. Real-time problem solving. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of this is, oh, I'm way too slow. This level's gonna be hard, isn't it? All right, so on kill, I want to add like an explosion effect or something when we run out. Oh man. Oh man, this is gonna be brutal. I do think I want to make it, all right, because we do have to be sort of in our stop position for 3 seconds. What I want to do is I want to make it, oh man, we're gonna need more time. We're gonna need more time. I want to make it so that way if you're on the platform, the timer stops. So there is some stuff going on here where kill's being called multiple times. So in our marble entity, we only want to do this if it's not null. So we can do this. So Dramulks, here we go. So Dramulks was saying, why is there any reason we're not using the question mark? The question mark, we can use it like this, which basically says only do it if it is, oh, I am disabling the hull object. That's fascinating. That is only disabling the render. But if you put a question mark here, it says, well, if this thing's null, just don't do it. You can, Tawny, we can boost from the starting position to the end. I've done it. Drama says, new idea for bigger levels, add pickups, which add 1 to 2 seconds for each hour. Exactly. Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do. That's one of the boosts, the buffs you're going to do. And it shouldn't be too hard to add in where we add the tools in to make it so that you can collect more time. We're not going to do it this stream, I don't think. We got a nice little timer going here, though. Right, let's make sure we can still die. Does kill still work? We still deactivate. All right. Tawny, as always, my friend, thank you so much for being here. Keep on coding, keep on growing. Have a beautiful day, my friend. Real quick, are you streaming on Tawny Does Stuff? Shout out. I'm assuming, are you streaming your development? Tell us what you're about to go stream. Everyone, real quick, give Tawny some love. Click that little heart button. We gotta check out what Tawny's doing at some point. But thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. And I'm gonna check it out when my stream's over here. I go a little bit longer on the weekends, just a heads up. I do usually go a bit longer on the weekends, but I'd love to check it out when we get there. Let's see if we can get to the end of the level here. Boost. Jeez. Here we go. Oh, bummer. All right, we're gonna check it out. Did I just get my timer working? Was that number 2? Add a countdown timer. We got it. We got our countdown timer in. Beautiful, beautiful. Take care, my friend. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, you're welcome back anytime. We added a countdown timer. We got that for being here for this momentous occasion. Everyone who's here, 50 points to Gryffindor. 50. Oh, I'd add points. 50 points to Gryffindor. Thank you all 17 of you for hanging out with me, seeing this momentous occasion. We got our countdown timer working. We got our respawn working. We don't have boosts, bonus time yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We got that countdown time. Let's go ahead and do a commit. Let's do a commit. All right, we can get rid of this. Let's see, what did we get? Did it save my level? Wish maybe Unity does have an autosave. There's probably good reasons not to have an autosave. Go ahead and save that. Format my codes here. Get rid of these collection bits. Level timer. Namespace marble. This should be in our UI namespace. Oh no, that's not in our UI. This one's in our UI namespace. So namespace crazymarble.ui. ITC Studio says, looking productive. Yes, making lots of progress today. Making lots of beautiful progress. Dramulx, I think you gotta be careful with the autosave just because it's such a hefty process, I think, to save sometimes. ITC Studio says, I've never properly understood what namespaces are for, to be honest. They're just organization. So you can think of it like a folder hierarchy. Exactly, Drama says, think of them as folders. It's saying that we're grouping like things together. And in a lot of cases, it sort of makes it so you don't have access to everything. You might have some name conflicts, that sort of thing. It allows you to sort of like isolate where that code exists within a project. But yeah, so semi-optional, typically want to use them. But crazymarble.ui, honestly, it should be captaincoder.crazymarble. You should always start it with like your company name. Nope, not complicated. It makes it so here's the thing. If I'm in the Crazy Marble namespace, I don't have to import anything from Crazy Marble to access it. That's essentially what it comes down to. So there's a namespace somewhere called Unity Engine, and that contains all of the things you use. So like serialized field happens to be in that namespace because you don't want it everywhere. You only want it in relative locations. All right, level controller we updated. Player enter, what did I change here? There shouldn't be, let's go look at our git changes. Level controller, remove some white space. Okay. Our level timer, let's do a format on this. Don't need that white space. Let's go into our marble entity. Yeah, it's for Rule Game Maker. It's a lot like a class, but it's a broader scope than a class. So it's like you can think of it as a module in some ways. Crowstick asks, which extents are you using for Unity in VS Code? I'm essentially just using the C#. So there's a couple. I have C#, which isn't Unity related, so I get C# highlights. And then I have Mono. I think technically Mono is not installed. It's not a plugin. King Zoldak, have a beautiful day, my friend. Happy Saturday. As always, you're welcome back anytime. Can't wait to see you. Come on back anytime. Then I have the debugger, Unity debug. Unity debug. The official Unity debugger is deprecated, but there is a community one. Can I just show installed? Enabled. Unity. Debugger for Unity. So there's a community debugger that is being maintained by the community, and then the Unity code snippets, which actually drives me crazy. I think I'm going to uninstall this one. I don't like it. It causes me a lot of pain. But those are essentially it as far as plugins go. That said, the main reason I use VS Code is my students are cross-platform. So otherwise, I'd probably be using Visual Studio or Writer, which has a lot more nice features. The feature, it's more feature-rich than VS Code. Let me say that. But I need to understand VS Code to support my students. Okay, so we got all this. We're gonna make a commit here. It's our feat implement level timer, and we're gonna sync that up. Beautiful, beautiful. But yeah, Crosstick, I hope that answered your question. Devro, my friend, happy Saturday to you. It's going well. We are making a crazy marble game. Sorry if I got too loud there for a moment. We're making a crazy marble game. We got boost, we got a timer. All right, so the goal, you got to get to the end. See that platform over there? This one here, that's the end. We got to get there. We got to get there. All right, so I don't have enough time now. I'm definitely not going to make it. I don't think 16 seconds is enough time. We're gonna increase the amount of time for our level here. Let's give us 30. We'll give ourselves 31 seconds, not 341 seconds. 31 seconds. Someone asked, Barrule asks, why do you use lots of field serialize in your functions or class? Good question. Good question. If you make something serialize, the starting time amount. All right, so let's go look at the script real quick. Let's go, if we open up this script right here, time left. If I don't put serialized field on this, if I were to take this off, time left will not show up in my inspector. I have it there so I can see it in my inspector. So you gotta, if you want to expose it, you gotta serialize that field there. That's essentially what comes down. But Dev Row, so happy you're here. It's going well. It's going well. Let's see if we can beat this level. We've got a marble game. Got a marble game. We got our Xbox controller working with our marble. Come on, camera. I keep moving. The camera can't find me. All right, we're gonna see if we can beat it. That timer makes this much more interesting to try and get through. Oh, because now you got all this tension of going fast. If you could just take your time. Just take your time, it's no big deal. But now, you've got a lot of pressure here. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh, steady. Oh no, come on, marble. Boost up there. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. And you gotta be in the platform for 3 seconds. Oh, come on. The target. Bummer. All right, so there's a couple things that aren't working. My, the platform itself isn't doing the best detection of whether or not you're on it. So we'll have to add that. We're gonna have to fix that. So if we look at the collision on that, it needs to be thicker. It needs to come out above it. There's a couple things. It needs to come out above it. I want to make it so when you're on it, it pauses the timer so it won't count down, and then there will be on the screen like a 3, 2, 1, and then stop. It's using. Let's go look at the platform. It's just that the mesh. It's not using a good collider for it. So let's go goal. Or is it in player? Player. Why can't I find this? Hang on. Marble entity? Is it marble entity? Must be on level controller. So what's happening? Yeah, it's using stay. It's using stay. So it starts when you get on it and it uses stay. The issue is that this is triggering too often. So the ball, because it's using a sphere collider, it's like as it rolls, I think Starch keeps resetting the timer on it. I'm not 100% sure. We could check on it, but I'm pretty sure it's restarting the timer there. So what I want to do is make it so that my goal platform, we have a trigger that fires there, but the trigger itself, switch back to 3D, is exactly the shape of this. And so I need to make it just thicker. I need to make the trigger thicker. So I should make it a box collider, have it be bigger than the shape itself. So that way you're in it when you're on top of it. So that's essentially, I think that's the bug. We're not gonna worry about it too much right now. What we're gonna do next, I think I might take another break. I think we need to take another break because I've been going for almost another hour and a half here. Oh, I hit pencil. Oh yeah, we want to add in a lost marbles counter. Exactly, Dramo, because I need to turn it into a box collider. The reason I didn't do it before is because it was just like, yeah, I need to use a box collider. I wanted to copy the shape of the thing beneath it, essentially, is what I was doing. All right, so we are gonna take a quick break here. Maybe not a quick break. I gotta brew some tea. We're gonna take a break. as short as I can make it. We're gonna take a break as short as I can make it. So real quick, everyone, look around you. Find something you can hold on to, because I need you to hold on, hang on tight, and we'll be back. We'll be back. We're gonna get ourselves some tea. I know it's gonna say getting the coffee, but I'm getting myself some tea. All right, and I'll be back momentarily. And we are back. Thank you everyone for hanging tight with me. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. So here's what we're gonna do now. Turn that off. We're gonna do a little bit of a stretching again. Very a shorter stretch this time, not a big stretch, but if you've been sitting around, I'm gonna recommend you get up with me. We're gonna do a little stretch here. Little stretchy stretch. All right, one sec here. My audio, I just noticed that my audio isn't on this. Can I add audio here? Add. What is it called on this one? This one is called music. Let's see. Can I copy this? Music. There we go. Now we got the Jimmy Jams. All right, everybody, stand on up with me. Stand on up with me. Let's. I want you to reach up. Get up on those tippy toes. Reach up. We're gonna hold that for 30 seconds. Get that blood moving through your body. Ooh, that's feeling good on my tippy toes there. All the way up through my arms. Hold it. 15 more seconds. Hold it. Hold it tight. Oh, that's good. And then we're gonna roll down, taking a deep breath. And as you exhale, roll down all the way down, and you're just gonna hang there. Hang there for 30 seconds. Make sure you take care of your body, right? You gotta take care of yourself. When you're sitting in front of a computer all day, you're sitting around playing video games all day, which should be super fun. You don't realize how much your body, how much stress it puts on your body to be hanging there, sitting there, atrophying, being sedentary. All right, 10 more seconds here, then we're gonna breathe in and come back up. All right. And take in a deep breath. As you come in, roll up. That's nice and slow. Breathe in. Roll those shoulders back. We're going to do some shoulder rolls. Shoulder, 2, 3, 4. With the elbow. 2, 3, 4. Full arms. 2. We're going to switch directions. 4. Bring it forward. 2, 3, 4, add the elbows. 2, 3, 4, full arm. 2, 3, 4. All right, shake it out. Just get that blood flowing again. Keep your body fresh. Love your body the way it deserves to be loved. Love yourself. Love yourself. I love you. I love you. You should love you too. And if you love yourself, you're going to take care of that body. Make it last a long time. All right, and that's also enough time to let my tea brew a little bit. So we got some Earl Grey tea here. Some Earl Grey tea. Darkman, yo, happy Saturday. Welcome back. So nice to see you. How are you today, Darkman? Any updates on your game? That's some spicy herb water. Spicy herb water. Earl Grey tea. Just a little bit of caffeine. It's a lot of caffeine for tea. All right, here we go. All right, come on, camera. I need to. Something's up with my camera. It can't find me. All right, we are going to. We added in a fuel indicator. We added our level countdown. Now we're going to add in our death count, and we're going to call this our lost marbles count. Smab, so nice to see you, my friend. Happy Saturday. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. So nice to have you here. How are you doing, Smab? How is it there? In the future. You're in the future. It's 8 a.m. here. It's later in the day for you. So how's the future? How is the future, Smab? We need to know. Anything I should know about the future? Here we go. We are going to generate a marbles picture. All right, so let's come back to our Leonardo. Oh, real quick. I almost forgot. Everyone, I'm just going to assume everyone did some stretches with me. 50 points. 50 points for loving yourself. All 16 of you. Thank you so much for joining me in that stretch. All right. It's gray in the future. Is it gray or is it great in the future? All right. So we want to find a, I want an icon to indicate like marbles, losing marbles. Icon. All right, we want an icon with marbles. Icon of a gravestone with marbles. With marbles. Right, let's try that. Let's see, Leonardo, paint me a picture. G says it's so crowded here. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to invest in a bigger room. I'm gonna have to invest in a bigger room to get everyone in here. It's our gravestone with marbles. This one's okay. Maybe this isn't the best. All right, so I want, sack of marbles. I want it to indicate, all right, so we want a counter that says how many times we've died, right? So I'm calling this my lost marbles. Sack of marbles. Icon that is a sack of marbles, digital. Let's try cartoon. Let's go with the cartoon style. See if that helps. Could also shrink it down a little bit from 768. Come on, give me something good. Give me something I can work with. Oh, this one's pretty good. We're gonna go with this one. All right, let's click. I like that. Remove the background. Remove the background. Be our lost marbles indicator. Nope, I didn't mean to hit upscale. That's okay. Go to our no background. I'm gonna download this bad boy, save it into our marbles. All right, and we'll go into our GIMP. We're gonna scale it down a little bit. Open marbles. That one, this one came out the best out of all of them so far. So image, scale image. Let's go down to 128. All right, and we're gonna export that. Farul Games, have a beautiful day, my friend. It's very late where you are, or very early. As always, keep coding, keep growing. Have yourself a beautiful day. Get some rest, and you're welcome back anytime, my friend. You're welcome back anytime. But thank you for hanging out. All right, now our sprites, marbles. Yes, sleep well, my friend. Sleep well. All right, so let's go back to 2D. Let's go look at our canvas. And we're gonna add in a death count. Our death count. Where should we put the death count? I was just gonna put it in the bottom right, but maybe it should be up here at this indicator. All right, we're gonna add in a new little child object here. Empty be our lost marbles. We're gonna add in an image. It's gonna be our icon. We need to go into our project in our sprites folder. We need to take our marbles. It's right now set up as a texture. We're in a 3D project, so when you add a sprite, it automatically sets as a texture. We want it to be a sprite, and we want it to be a single sprite. Click apply here. And next, on this image, we're gonna go ahead and add that in there. So now we got our marbles. We'll set it to native size. That's pretty big. I'm gonna scale it down a little bit. Let's try 96. Maybe too much. Let's try 64. Go with 64. That seems okay. Right, and then we will move this. I want to put it in my bottom right corner. So our lost marbles. For now, we're gonna do bottom right. So I'm gonna select the parent object, and then I'm gonna select my rectangle transform, my anchor and pivot. So I'm gonna hold Shift, Alt, and I'm gonna click this, and it'll snap it down to the bottom right there. Okay, and then, oh, that's some good team. We're gonna add in some text. All right, we're gonna add in some, oops, wrong button, not a raw image. Add in some text. This is gonna indicate how many marbles we've lost, and so it's gonna be a number. We'll start it at 0. And maybe we'll add in another little label above it that says lost marbles. Lost marbles. just so that we know, what it means. All right, I'm gonna change this text to say lost marbles. We're gonna shrink it down a little bit. I think it's a little too big. Try 16, lost marbles, and then this text here. The text is gonna be bigger, put it on 0. I want the text to be centered, I think, on the icon itself. We'll see. We're gonna get this working. Lost marbles will appear above, but centered. I want these to be grouped together. So I'm gonna create an empty parent here. Count. And our count is going to both of these. All right, both of these are going to be centered on the center. My icon, my text here. If I make it 0, 0, I think it will center better, right? Oh no, I need to have it. All right, we'll set it to take up the whole thing. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. And have it centered both horizontally and vertically like this. So this is our lost marbles. And then my text, let's have this take up. We're going to make the parent object be a layout. So we want it to lay out top to bottom. So we're going to have it be a vertical layout group. We're going to tell it not to expand the height or width, but we're going to control the width and height on both of these. And we're going to center in the middle. It's interesting here. Oh, this thing has no width or height. That's fascinating. So we're going to add in, we're going to tell this thing to take up as much space as it can. To do that, we're going to add in a layout element. We're going to say flexible width and flexible height. All right, so our count here is saying take up as much space as you can relative to others. If the other things had a flexible width and height, it would like space relative to those. But since nothing else does, it says just take up the rest of the space. Our lost marbles here is going to take up that full space there. And now the nice thing is if I were to resize this, it sort of resizes based on the elements inside of it. All right, so we can set it to a width 100 and a height 80 seems good. All right, so lost marbles. The text's a little gross. We're gonna change the color. Maybe we can make it a little bit bigger. I'm not sure. But let's add this position. We're gonna say minus 20, positive 20. It's our lost marbles, and we'll change the text color here. Black. I don't know. We might need to add in a new font. We might make it a little better. Let's try 24. Or auto size maybe. 24. Let's make this a little wider. 120. Hang on. Why is my lost marbles? 20. There we go. Looks a little bit better. I can play around with this style and that a little bit more if I really, really wanted to, but the idea is this: how many marbles we've lost. It's our little container there. Yeah, so right now we have 0 lost marbles, and each time we die, this number needs to increase. All right, so in our level controller, we're gonna have a death count to it. So in our level controller, we're gonna actually create a new script for our level controller called level death count or life count, marble death count, something along those lines. The name's a little bit hard for me to come up with, but I'm gonna call it level death count. All right, so in our level, make a script that looks a lot like our timer, similar to our timer, similar to our level controller here. Be our level counter. This is our level counter. It keeps tracks of things that we need to count. All right, this is gonna be our level counter. Maybe it should be called our death counter. Lost marbles controller. There we go. Lost marbles controller. That's what it does. It keeps track of our lost marbles. Okay. And the basic idea here is our lost marble controller has a counter. And so we're going to use an integer type because it's a whole number. So we're going to have a public int count. Get private set like this. Maybe it has a public set. I'm not 100% sure. But as a count, we need to be able to access this other places. Maybe. All right. So we're going to have a field, serialized field, so we can see this, at the very least, see it in the inspector. Serialize field. All right, I'm not getting autocomplete. This our compiler doesn't know about it yet. Darkman says, I'm finally uploading the update after a test. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm looking forward to checking it out. Darkman. Okay. So we've let reopen this. Come on. There we go. So we have our count here. The idea is every time we die, we want to increase our count by 1. So when our player dies, so we have our player control, our marble entity. Marble entity has an event called on death. Darkman says, trust me, you'll like it. I know. I trust you. All right, so on death, we're going to register here that when we die, we need to increase our count by 1. Just interesting. I'm going to add in, so it's a little bit, I don't think I can do it without adding in a method. Okay, I don't think I can do it without adding in a method. But our player here has this on death, and I want my level control. I got to add this to my level control. This is our lost marbles counter. All right. You know, part of me is thinking that the marble entity might actually, keeping track of this might be something that the marble entity should do. Might actually be much easier to do here. Yeah, I don't know that it actually makes a whole lot of sense to have a whole separate class just for this counter. The idea is like it counts and it has an event and when it changes, but really it is tightly coupled. All right, so we're gonna get rid of this script. I actually don't like this script at all. We're gonna remove this component. It's actually much closer to related to the marble itself having it on there. So if anything, it should either be in the marble entity because that's where the death stuff's happening. So all of this death count stuff should be here. All right, so I'm actually going to delete this file. I don't need, it's not actually related to the level. It's related to the marble entity dying. So we're going to put it in there as a lost marble. All right, so we're going to get rid of this file. It's actually in the marble entity. And this needs to have a field public int lost count. All right. And this is going to be equal to 0. And maybe I should call it death count, that sort of thing, because I have an on death. But part of me wants to rename this to on lost. So like the idea of losing your marbles is I like. And when kill happens, we're actually going to do, before we invoke this, let's change the order. Set it to is dead, and then we invoke, and we start that subroutine. Lost count is going to increase by 1. Okay. On death is going to inform everyone that we've died. And part of me feels like we should pass this event, should take in a value. I'm hesitant to modify it right here. I'm pretty sure if I change it, it's going to, I'm going to lose this information here. But honestly, I think this on death should hand off the marble entity that just died. So when we do an on death, we're actually going to invoke it and say, oh, and also here's a reference to me if you need me. I'm going to see if that gets rid of my level count. Oh, in fact, this was empty until just now. So this is actually somewhat safe. My level counter, my level controller. My level controller doesn't care that much about the on death. All right, let's get rid of this. What really happening is my lost marbles, when I die, this needs to get updated. Right? And so it's actually this text that needs to get updated. So if I come to my player, on death, we're actually going to send that information off to this text component. And right now, I don't think it can do anything with it. So we're going to marble entity. We'd have to call some method on it. So our text here is going to add in, we're going to create another UI renderer specifically for rendering the lost marble. So we're going to create a lost marble renderer. So in our UI, create a script. It's going to be our lost marbles renderer. And this knows how to render lost marbles based on a text component. So we're going to say that this is required to have a text mesh component. So TM Pro, I'm going to import that. I'm going to do text mesh pro type of like this. When we wake up, we're going to cache that information. So we're going to create a field here of this type, of this text mesh pro type. This is our text element. When we wake up, we are going to go get that element. So text equals get component text mesh pro. And then the important thing here is we want to be able to add this to our Unity event. So we're going to write a method. This is move our public stuff up here. Typically, you want your public stuff first. That's like your API that you can access. Our renderer is going to accept a marble entity. This is the entity that we're going to display information about. And it's in a different namespace. We're going to be using the crazy marble names. This tells me that I'm not in the right namespace. So this should be namespace crazymarble.ui. And now because I'm in the crazy marble namespace, I should have access to this. Yeah, so I don't have to do the using because I happen to already be inside of this crazy marble namespace. And what we're going to do is going to say our text, the actual text value is going to be equal to entity dot lost count. And we have to turn it into a string. This requires a string, so we're just going to put in. I could do, all right, so there's a couple ways I could do it. I should probably just do toString. Convert it to a string. Okay, so when we die, our death count increases, and then we pass that information off to anyone who's listening to us dying. Okay. So in this case, on our player, we're rather than calling it 0, let's rename this to be lost marble text. Okay, on our player. Now that we have, keep reading. We're gonna add that renderer. So this is our lost marble renderer. It has it there. On our player, we've added this in. We select from the function dropdown, can see lost marbles, and this method, the methods that accept those values show up first, and they're under dynamic. It says pass that marble entity to this method and invoke that code. So anytime we die, our marbles count should increase based on the total marble count in our marble entity. So if I fall off here, it goes to 1. And the color's kind of horrible there. It goes to 2, but it works. It'll keep increasing until we forever. Until if we reset the scene, it would restart. Darkman says the update is out. Excellent. So I'm gonna check it out here in a second. That's like perfect timing, Darkman. Did you wait until I was done? So I've got my add deaths here. We're gonna do a commit. I'm gonna check out Darkman's update. Nilo HC says, hey man, I have a question. Is there a reason you keep your classes that inherit from mono behavior public? And why not mark the classes as sealed, which reduces compile time? Does it not reduce compile time in Unity? Good question. I did not know that. I did not know that if you mark them as sealed. Great questions. Some good questions here. Nilo, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard, my friend. Is there a reason you keep your classes that inherit from mono behavior public? Nothing in particular making me keep them public. I don't. So I'm new to Unity. I'm pretty new to C# as well. It's just sort of like the default thing that shows up when I create it. So that's a good thing to note. And I'm pretty new to C#. I'm pretty new to .NET. I've only been using it for 18 months, and I've only really been using it in like mostly beginner ways. So that's new to me. I did not know. Taurus came. Hi all, welcome back. So Nilo HC is telling me if I make this here, you're saying I can do sealed marble entity. New to protected member declares in sealed type. My protected things are now gonna. So I will say these aren't really protected. I did that to make my compilers or my warnings go away. So it's saying it's never used, but it's like a magic Unity thing. Sealed here, hang on. But if I do this, I'm curious. I can still access it in Unity. Good to know. I would be really curious to know more about that. Nilo HC, do you have a link that you can send me that talks about that? Because that's brand new to you. That's brand new to me. I'm aware of sealed classes. I didn't know it reduced the compile time. I did not know it reduced the compile time. So I'd love to know more about that. And I'm also even more new to Unity. I've only really been using Unity for about a month. But yeah, I would love to know more about that. Thank you so much for sharing. Smab, sealed increases the runtime performance as well. Wow. All right, well, I'm gonna start doing that because the Unity's compile times are horrendously bad. So if we can get the compile times down any way we can, I'm gonna start doing that. I assumed it had to be public for some reason, but good to know. Really, really good to know. Smab, I started using it. Smab says sealed increases the runtime performance as well. I started using it in .NET 6. Good to know. Yeah, I had no idea. All right, but we did add a feature here. Feature implement lost marbles counter. All right, so we have a lost marbles counter. But yeah, Nilo HC, thank you so much. One of the reasons I've been enjoying streaming so much is because I'm learning. People know more than me. All right, Darkman posted an update to the game. Oh, did you post it in, is it the same link as before? Darkman? Let's see if I can find that link. Darkman. No, Darkman. Hope I don't get DMCA'd for singing the Batman song. Right, let's look for Darkman. Darkman. What is going on? From user. Can't find it. Darkman, are you able to post a link for me? Are you able to post a link? Dark Man 103. Yeah, it's not showing up when I search for it in my Discord. I know we checked it out the other day. Can you post a link to it again in the Discord so I can find it? I'm scrolling through and I can't figure out where it is. If you post it in the Share Your Work game section, we'll check it out. But yeah, let's do a quick demo here of everything I got so far. Everything I got so far while you do that, Dartman. So anyone who's new, oh, Nilo HC, so sorry. So sorry you got timed out there. It should be quick. We were getting some, in the past, we've gotten some bad things. Thank you for the link. So sorry about the timeout there. I got to figure out why Stream Elements is so strict on a lot of these things. It has saved me in the past. No, I don't agree. Sweet. My bot, yeah, my bot's a Deborah, you got a rampant bot. The bot's very aggressive. We're gonna bookmark this. I'm gonna save this for later. Nilo HC, thank you so much for that. For your helpfulness. For your helpfulness. I know you're new here, but for your helpfulness, 50 points, my friend. Thank you so much for your assistance. I'm excited to read about that. I'm really curious about how much it does. Yes, let's make you immune, Nilo. You should be immune here if you got a link for me. In the meantime, we're gonna go check out Darkman's game. We got an update, version 1. I believe I'm downloading the right one. Nilo HC, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. I am a computer science teacher. Yeah, I really want it to help. I am a computer science teacher. You seem to be a very competent dev. So, as always, I say ask me questions, but please do backseat coding as well. I love when people try and backseat code because it makes me better. It makes me a better person. It makes me a better programmer. All right, we're gonna check out A Dark Story 1, The Beginning of Darkness. We got an update here. See if it goes on the right screen. It does. All right, this is Darkman's game. Anyone who wants to check this out as well, here's a link to Darkman's game. Thank you so much for sharing, Darkman. Let's go full screen here. All right. Ooh, the options. We can switch out of full screen now. Nice. Quality is very low. Ultra. Volume slider. Oh, listen to that. It works. Nice work. Nalo HC, that's why I like watching Twitch devs, learning new things along the way. It's been a fabulous thing. All right, let's play. We got a chapter 1.3. Excellent. I love your cinematics here, my friend. Oh, we got that scorpion monster again. P to throw a walk. O to clock at cake hug cat. All right. Boom. Uh-oh. I'm no bueno. This slider, what's this slider here above this guy? Is that the life bar? Is this guy on my team? I can't tell. What's happening? Here we go. Sweet. I took him out. Okay, the slider there was the life bar. Really nice work. Really nice work. I like this attack. Oh. Can I switch? So this other character, I see this character up here. Is that the boss health? Very nice job. Oh, man. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. Oh. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. It takes it a while to disappear. Is that intentional, Darkman, when you beat him, for that to take that long to disappear? I'm curious. All right. Ooh, nice castle. You got a little bit of sprite glitchiness there. I forget, there's a fix for that. Is this our boss? Am I supposed? Oh, this guy's gonna kick my butt, isn't he? Do I? Oh, I do need to fight him. He's light man. Gotcha. So you're the dark. Are you the dark man? And he's the light man. Fighter of the light man. All right. Nice work. Nicely done. That life bar. It's so hefty. So hefty. He's tough. I accidentally hit a button. Thank you so much for sharing this. I appreciate it. Oh, got me. All right. Let's see here. How do I... All right, we'll get out of that. Darkman, thank you so much for sharing. It's much appreciated. Twitch Crash Game says, hi, you're a good Unity dev, so I have a quick question. Why my Unity freezes once a month? I have freaking 128 gigs of RAM. That's a tough question to answer without any more information. I also, just a heads up, I'm pretty new to Unity. Ooh, I died 10 times while we were playing that game, Darkman. Darkman, nice work. Nice work. For all of your efforts, Darkman, for providing us with this entertainment. Darkman, 100 points to you. Nice work, my friend. Thank you so much for sharing it. But yeah, Twitch Crash Game, I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you with the information. I do know that it's a pretty hefty tool. All right. So we reached all of our goals today. We added in our deaths and our lost marbles counter. For being here to witness this momentous occasion. Everyone's gonna get 50 points. Thank you all so much. All 20 of you, there's 20 people here. Wow. Well, thank you all so much for being here. It's getting crowded in this room. I appreciate you being here. It's been a blast. It's been absolutely fun this morning. I'm gonna go with this second. Let's see, what do I want to do? Do I really want to go into the bonuses I have here? Part of me wants to change my mission slightly. Twitch Crash Games, thank you so much for the follow. It's much appreciated. It's much appreciated. Thank you for being here. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew, and happy Saturday to you. As always, don't hesitate to ask questions. Backseat coding is encouraged. I won't always implement what you're suggesting, but I like people to question what I'm doing because it makes me better. But happy Saturday. You're welcome to try and boozle me. Okay, what are we doing? I could start this audio subsystem. I don't think I have enough time to really get going on that. I'm going to go for another 30-ish minutes here. Particle effects could be good, but based on the platform material might be a little bit harder to add. Instead, I think what I'm going to add here is, we're going to add in a 4 here. I actually think I want to add in on death explosion particles. So I want to make it when we die that we get particles that come off. That's something I think that we can implement without too much trouble. So we're going to add that in as our on-death particles. All right, that's what we're going to do. Okay. And I think that's an achievable goal in the time that we have left. And so it's a lot of times about estimating how much time you have. So on-death particles. First, we're going to come up with what we want the particles to look like. Okay. So I'm going to add on my player object here. I'm going to create an empty object that's going to be called our death particles. Death particles. Okay. And this is going to have inside of it a particle system. And I want the particle system to sort of like explode out in a ring around it. So it's going to be our particle system here. So let's look at what we want here. I always like the color over lifetime. So we're going to make it so that it goes from red to orange. Orange. There we go. Red to orange. We're going to have it explode outward. So rather than just like emitting up there, we're going to have it explode outward. So we're going to change the shape. Donut is, I think, what I want. Is that right? Here, let's go to our scene. We can see it a little bit better. Let's go to 3D mode. Let's go look at our particle system. We can see it a little bit better in the 3D mode here. So we have a donut there like that. Yeah, donut. But I want it to be rotated. Can I rotate it if I grab... Oh, this is going to be interesting. It's going to rotate with the marble. If I'm rolling around, it's actually going to rotate with the player there. Here, let's take a look. It'll be interesting. If I go to my scene, if I start rolling... Can I roll? Yeah, it's going to roll with the player. I think that's okay. I think I'm okay with that. Maybe we want it to be a sphere instead. Yeah, maybe we want it to be a sphere. Let's make the radius smaller. It's going to start right in the center there. The arc burst spread. Is that what I want? That's interesting. Ping pong. Random. Loop. Goes all the way around. Like I kind of like that. Random might make sense though. What does spread do? Zero seems to go every direction. The duration will be shorter. And the number of things coming out needs to be greater. Emission, here we go. Emission, rate over time, 500. So it's just gonna like explode out on us. Nice and big. Try 100. That's probably enough. It doesn't loop. So when we play it, it'll just sort of stop like that. Maybe that's a little too long. Start speed. Can I make the speed higher? Start lifetime 1. The speed there. Darkman, we're trying to add a death effect. So when we die, our marble's gonna have a particle system that explodes out of it. Like this. So we're gonna add a little death effect when we run out of time. Maybe add a little audio effect in there as well. But our death particle system here, such that when it turns on, it's gonna play that for us. And then when we die, I'm gonna say that when we die on kill, it's gonna activate it so that we'll get the particle system. Yeah, so I think I like that. Let's test it out. Oop, wrong button. Wrong button. I didn't want to click start. I was gonna say, let's test it out. We're gonna add it in. All right, so our death particles here. We need a reference to it on our marble entity. So we're gonna go to our marble entity script. And we're gonna add a reference to our death particles object. All right, so it's gonna be a particle system. So we're adding a particle system. So we need to access it in our inspector. So we're gonna serialize this. So private particle system, death particles, like this. And so I've added it to the inspector. Now we're just gonna attach it this way. I'm gonna say that this thing has the death particles attached to it. Wrong system. It should be, oh, the particle system's under here. Mooniz, my friend, welcome aboard. Mooniz is raiding us. Getting a raid from the moon itself. Mooniz, happy Saturday, my friend. How was your stream? Tell us about your stream. How did it go? And for anyone that doesn't know, Mooniz, real quick, if you're lurking, attention all lurkers, please direct your attention to the chat at this time. All right, if you're lurking, come on back. Gotta give Mooniz some love. Give Mooniz some love here. See this little heart? Don't break Mooniz's heart. Fill it with love. Mooniz deserves to be loved. He's a lovely fella. He's a real game developer. If you want, he's taught me so much about Unity. He's taught me so much about Unity. Go check him out. His stream, currently he's working on a Metroidvania base game. So a 2D platforming Metroidvania-esque game. How's it coming along? What did you accomplish today? Tell us how it went. I'd love to know. In fact, We're just gonna make this a game object. Mooney says, finished my 4 skills, implemented mana and a mana bar, a pool for all my skills, and many more things. Ooh, that sounds awesome. Darkman, you never need to apologize if you got to go. I know it's sad. It's sad. You will be missed. You will be missed. But thank you so much for popping in. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for sharing your game. As always, make sure you keep growing those skills, building yourself up, and you're welcome back anytime. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Have a beautiful day. All right, so on our player, our death particles here, what we're gonna do is when the player dies, we're gonna activate it. All right, so when the player dies, so on kill, we're gonna actually turn it on. Yeah, so when the player dies, we activate it. Or do I want to make a copy of it? This is interesting. Now I have an interesting idea. Do I actually want to make a copy? I think I might want to make a copy of death particles, put it where the player is. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. All right, so when the player dies, we're going to get our death particles. We're gonna instantiate this thing here. Instantiate death particles. It's our new game object, because you might blow up in multiple places, right? Particles. You can imagine a situation where like you die over and over or something, you get lots of particles. I don't know, but I'm gonna make a copy of it rather than just turning it on. We're gonna make sure, I'm curious. Well, and then I have to destroy it when it's done. Maybe I don't want to do that. Like this. What I was gonna do is I was gonna say after. Let me think. Let me think here. When you die, this is where we actually disable the model for the game object. Let me think about this. What is the best way I want to do? I could see a situation where I kind of want to add it in this way, but then I need to be able to destroy it when it's done playing, which wouldn't be the worst thing to set up a timer to do that. We could also make it sort of aware of itself. So what is the least, so everyone said, what is the least complex thing we can do? What is the least complex thing we can do here? All right. And for anyone who's just joined us, sorry, Raiders. I should have let you know what I'm doing here. All right. Before we do this, Raiders, anyone who's new here, anyone who's just tuning in, we are making a game that's similar to, we're making a game about a marble. All right. So we got a marble here. The marble can roll around on the screen. We can roll marble around. The idea is it's a game to allow me to explore the Unity physics engine, specifically NVIDIA physics, which is the base one. Biotest, yes, I'm still streaming. Good question. Excellent question. I'm still here. Saturdays, sometimes I go a little bit long. Usually it's 3 hours. Monday through Friday, it's 3 hours. Until my next term, my schedule might change a little bit. But we have a death here. So what I want to do is when we die, we're trying to get that to play. But we also have this boost, so you can actually get nitrous. You can go super fast, like so. Oh. We have a death counter. We have a timer that resets. So we've done pretty good. Now I just want it when we die. I'm trying to decide what's the simplest way to turn on this particle effect. The thing is we have to turn it off after we respawn, and the particle effect might be longer than we respawn. So I think what I actually want to do is make it so it copies. I think I want to make a copy of the particle effect. And here's why. Here's why. So I could just enable it, right? So I could take my death particles. I could take my death particles and enable it. Set active true. So I could do this. All right. But then I have to deactivate it when I respawn, which is fine. So I could do this. So I set it, I deactivate it here, but it's going to move with my player object. So if the amount of time it takes me to respawn is longer than, so for example, let's check it out. Let's make my let's make my particle system duration longer. All right, so if I make this have a duration of 5, let's enable it just so I can see what that looks like. If it has a duration of 5, the particles are it's gonna do something weird, I think. Let's try it. Oh, I gotta disable it, sorry. Sorry. We do have gravity. Look at that. Oh, you're saying gravity to the particles? All right, but if I go and I die, when I respawn, so let's say I died like right here, I want those explosions. I want the explosion to continue where I left. So I think I actually do want to make a copy of the particle effect. We could do that, but I don't think that'd be crazy to add. All right, my timer here. So the reason I don't like that is if I died down here, I want my particles to keep going. So we'll see in just a moment that the particles, as soon as I respawn, the particles there are gone. And I'd like them to keep going. So I'm gonna respawn, and then the particles are gone. I'd like that explosion effect to be able to continue. Oh, test, I need blood. Are you a vampire, Bio? Bio, are you a vampire and we didn't know? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, you're not a vampire. All right. I guess it's okay if you need blood. You're not a vampire. All right, so instead, I'm actually gonna make a copy. All right, so I'm gonna do the same thing I was doing here. Instantiate death particles. And game object particles. We're gonna enable it like this, but we need it to destroy itself after it's done playing. Well, it's true, we do need blood to live. You're right, if I had no blood, I would not be living. It's a good point, Boss says, I mean, we live with blood, do we? Yes. We do need blood to live. That's a fair point. All right, so now if I die, I should see the particle effect. So let's see if we can do it without changing my timer real quick. So we're gonna zoom off here. We're gonna go explode, nitrous. Explode down here. My particle effect, it adds in around, so we need to set the position properly, but it still has that particle effect going. Okay, so we actually want to do this particles. Now transform.position is equal to transform.position. So we're gonna put it where we exploded. We also need it to remove itself when it's done. So I'm gonna add a script called like self-destruct, which lets us set a timer. All right. So we're gonna add a self-destruct timer. All right, so but now let's see, this should hopefully spawn there, get the explosion, and if we look, we can still see the explosion happening, even though it's much longer than I really want it to be. We'll change it to 2 seconds. We don't want this to pollute our game space, so you'll notice it adds this to the game, the hierarchy, and then it's sort of there forever. So one thing that we don't want, so let's go die a couple times. You'll see it's gonna add it, death particles clone. If I die over and over, even though it's not playing, it's still there. So what I want to do is I want to add a script that's gonna allow it to, when it's done playing, we'll just know how to self-destruct ourselves. Okay, so we're gonna add in a controller, create a script called self-destructible, a thing that knows how to destruct itself. Okay. Come on, a Unity. It's gonna build for us. All right, let's go to our self-destructible. And basically, we're just gonna have a thing here that says it knows how to destroy itself. All right, so our self-destructible, we're just gonna add in a private float. Does it need to be a float? Private float? Yeah, this is fine. Destruct after. This thing just knows how to destroy itself after some amount of time. And we'll say, for now, we'll do, 3F. So this thing knows how to destruct itself after 3 seconds. That's the default. We're gonna serialize this. And all we do is we're gonna say public void awake. Oh, we need a second one. Private void destruct, self destruct. This is just gonna call destroy on game object, like that. So we have the self-destruct method, and all it does is it destroys the game object. And when we wake up, we're gonna say invoke. We're gonna invoke self-destruct after. So invoke allows us to set a timeout. It says just invoke self-destruct after this amount of time. So after 3 seconds in this case. But because we've made it a script here, one sec, set it to a namespace. Well, namespace. This really should be part of like the Captain Coder utility library. I'm gonna move this into. I've done things like this multiple times. We're gonna go to our we're gonna move this into our Captain Coder binary. Move it to our Captain Coder. Then we'll reopen it. This is a nice little utility. I've written this several times, so I'm gonna put it in an assembly that we can reuse. And so it's a namespace, Captain Coder, that, and maybe we make it like a util. What did I call? Did I put my other one in something? Let's see what we put. Collider trigger. I don't think we put it anywhere. I think we just put in Captain Coder's namespace. Yeah, it's just in the Captain Coder. And so what we're gonna do is we have the self-destruct now. And on our death particles, we're gonna add self-destructible. And this thing, we're gonna say, okay, this destroys itself. 3 seconds seems fine, because our particle system goes for 2. So we're gonna self-destruct after 3 seconds. We're going to apply this. All right, let's try it. Let's give it a go. We should be able to see it get added to the scene and then remove itself from the scene. So let's come explode. And then it gets removed. Crosstick says, if you end up doing a lot of self-destructing, it would be better to use some pulling instead, but you probably know this. Yes, Crosstick, great point. This is particularly important if I had like lots and lots of like enemies or something I'm spawning and despawning. A pull would be a much more energy efficient, much more efficient. This is sort of like, I'm not too worried about it. I'm only adding that like every couple of seconds we'll add it. It doesn't last that long, right? So if I was doing it where I was doing a bunch of self-destructing, I wouldn't want it to. I'd want like a self-destruct. I would need something that has a pull. All right, let's see if we can beat our level here. Almost. Steady. Oh, bummer. All right, did not. Ooh, that particle effect looks pretty good. Not so bad. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm quite happy with that. Okay. So let's see, what did we change? Not a whole lot. This method is doing multiple things. Is it overkill to move this into a function, a separate method? Is it overkill to move this into a separate method? Is this so let me ask, is it more readable for me to just have this here? Because it's not that much. Is it more readable for me to have this here? Or is it more readable for me to write a method called, spawn self-destruct, right? So private void spawn lost marbles particles. So we can put this here. I know I'm only using it in this one spot, so it might be a little bit overkill. But does this read better? Spawn lost marbles particles. I think this does read better. I think it does read better. Before you had to sort of understand this. I could make it generic. Ooh, that's a good idea. You know what I could do? Could make it generic for any particle effect you want to use. In fact, I could make it generic for any anything that I want to spawn at a location. All right, so we're gonna do something fun. We're gonna add a utility. We're going to add a utility to our Captain Coder. We'll see if this makes sense. We're going to add a utility. Yeah, we're going to add a utility. All right, we're creating an extensions class. So we're gonna do game object extensions. So game object extensions. We're gonna create a class here: public static class game object extensions. All right, this is part of our Captain Coder namespace. This is a utility class we're adding in. Okay, so the idea here, using Unity Engine. Let's get this to reload. Yeah, Crostic, I think this is useful enough that we could reuse it multiple times on multiple different things, and likely will reuse it in multiple different things. So rather than spawn lost marble particles, that feels like way too specific for this code here. But there are times when I want to do this sort of thing. So we're going to write a method. We're going to write a method here. Which is sort of like instantiate at, and then we also activate it, right? So the idea is we make a copy. So this is going to take in a game object to copy, and then we're going to take in a position. So it's going to be a vector3 position, and the idea is we're going to copy. Why doesn't that one work? Private static. Does not exist in the current context. Is it game objects? Oh, now it's telling me I don't actually need that. My cursor's in a weird spot. Hang on, let's come over here. I think we just gotta build or something. Hang on. Instantiate. What's happening? Hang on. Game object dot. We'll see. This is telling me that I don't actually need this. All right, this is going to be our copy, and then we set it to true. We're going to make sure we set it active. Instantiate at, and maybe we should put a thing in here that. All right, we're going to put a Boolean activate. Active. By default, we'll set this to true. We'll make that an optional parameter. Active. Okay. So we have this static method now. Make sure this compiles. Okay, so it compiles. I don't think this game object thing here, I think this is a fake error. No, it isn't. All right, so that's okay. We'll do game object. Martin does coding. Happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Happy to have you here. So we have this method now. We can use it on multiple things. So we're going to say Captain Coder dot okay. So the game object extensions. There's a reason I call it game object extensions. Dot. Am I not using my Captain Coder namespace? All right, using Captain Coder. Game object extensions dot. Why are you treating me this way? Why is my code treating this way? We want to instantiate depth particles at our transform.position. Trying to get this to compile. No, it doesn't exist. Yes, it does. Public. All right, sorry. Don't make it private. Make it public. I got out of control here. There we go. This instantiate at. All right, so we do game object extension like this. Now I don't need this. This says, oh, I'm going to instantiate my death particles at this position, and then you can optionally make it not return. Oh, and let's have it return a game object as well. Return copy. Okay, so this is sort of our little helper here. Why is it base class for all entities in the scene? It's fascinating that it's telling me that I don't need that. I really, really do, though. Okay. So this should work. Why, question. Why did I call this class game object extensions? Does anyone know? Does anyone know why I called it game object extensions and made it a static utility class, made this static? So we're about to do something fancy. This is one of my favorite parts of Unity. It's one of my favorite things about Unity. All right. So I could call this like a function in this way, but if I put this keyword here, this creates what's called an extension method. This makes an extension method. Yield charging, yes, so I can call it from there. That's why I made it public, and I can call it from anywhere, but specifically made it static so I could use this keyword here. This creates an extension method now that lets me treat, if I have this in my namespace, instantiate at becomes a syntactic sugar method on game objects. So now I can do the following. I can say death particles dot instantiate at transform.position. This code here is shorthand that is essentially the exact same as this. So I've created what's called an extension method that allows me to call instantiate at on any game object. You see here it says it's an extension method. That's the reason I named this class extensions, game object extensions. So instantiate at transform.position. So this is a nice little shorthand. I love this feature in C#. I absolutely love this feature in C#. It's very, very nice. All right. So I hope someone learned something about that today. Beautiful. Martin Does Coding, thank you so much for the follow. I don't know if I said that, but I appreciate it very much. I'm a computer science teacher, computer programming teacher. Do not hesitate to ask questions. I love questions being asked, and I love backseat coders. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Help me be a better programmer. Help me be a better developer. Crosstick, thank you so much for the suggestion here. For your contributions. Here's 50 points, my friend. Thank you so much for your help. I very, very much appreciate it. Lovely to have you helping me out here like that. Okay. So we added in our particle effects here. On death particles, we got it. It's maybe not the most brilliant death particles, but I like it. All right, so we're gonna wrap up here for today. We're gonna see if I can beat my own level. We're gonna see if the collider is gonna help us fill it out today. All right, here we go. Can I beat my level? Oh no! Come on. Can I beat the level here? Let us go. Boom. I'm getting good. Oh, shut up. I gotta shut up. I'm not getting good. Right as I'm saying I'm getting good. All right. 3, 2, 1. Come on. Stage cleared. Oh, we gotta fix that bug. I know I made it though. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Tons of progress today. Let's do a commit. Then we're gonna find someone to raid. But we're gonna commit these changes and feature implement death lost marble particles. All right, beautiful. Done that. If anyone's interested in getting the code, it's available on GitHub. Feel free to take it, modify it, do whatever you like with it. Let me get a link to that real quick. Crazy Marble. If you want to check out the source code, feel free to grab it there. Posting a link to it. It'll be in the description of the video as well on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's cross this off. And for being here to witness this completion, everyone here is going to get 50 points for watching us finish that. So thank all of you, all 20 of you. Thank you so much for being here. As always, As always, I very, very much appreciate your time. Let's see if we can find someone to raid. Let's see if we can find someone to raid. I think I want to raid Tawny Does Stuff. Tawny was here. Biotest says, check my messages. Ragdoll doing a handstand. All right, gotcha. Where'd you post it? He's doing a handstand. Let's check this out. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Hang on. I got you. Ragdoll doing a handstand. Very nicely done, my friend. But yes, Deborah, we'll catch you next time. We're going to go raid Tawny Does Stuff. This will be my first time seeing Tawny. But Tawny loves to hang out, code, developing some stuff. So let's go check out Tawny. Give Tawny some love. So we're going to do a shout out again to Tawny here. Tawny's learning. We're going to give Tawny a raid. Tawny Does Stuff. There we go. As always, everybody, keep on coding, keep on growing, keep building up those skills. As always, you're welcome back anytime. Have a beautiful day. But thank you so much for hanging out. We'll see you next time. I'll be back tomorrow.